All right. Live right now, we are witnessing Dubois versus Panetta. Sixth round. Ooh. And then there gets, wow, Dubois drops Panetta in the sixth round. Just like that, y'all. Like and subscribe. We're starting off with a bang. All right, so we're just seconds left into the fight right now. Seconds into the sixth round, rather. All right, so that is the end of the round between Dubois and Panetta. Don't know much about these fighters that are in front, but we definitely know the fighters that we're going to be watching later, which is Anderson Silva versus Tyron Woodley. We know that one. And we know Jake and Anthony Joshua, and that's about it. Mario Dillion, first one on the scene right here, my man. What's up, my man? How are you, my man? How are you, Mario? Are you enjoying the fights right now, or have you started watching the fights right now? Where are you in the world watching these fights right now? Let me know, my man. And let me know who you got. I think you told me on the previous live stream, but if I forgot, refresh my memory who you got on this one. Obviously, I'm going to go with Anthony Joshua. My final official prediction that I made earlier was that I'm going with Anthony Joshua via decision. Okay. Now, why did I choose that? Well, I'll tell you why, okay? I think Jake is good enough to last. You know what I'm saying? I think he's good enough to last. But I don't think Anthony Joshua's going to have an easy fight. Says, I'm watching from Texas. All right, man. Shout out to everybody from Texas right now. So right now it is the seventh round. A championship fight, by the way, in the prelims. So that should be interesting right there. So far, I think Dubois has been winning this fight so far. The other fights that were on earlier were pretty cool too. I mean, that's literally what you do is you have these cards to build these people up. So everybody else in the chat, man, write on the comment section below what part of the world you are from and let me know where you're watching. We got Mario Dillion watching from Texas. He says Francis is more durable than Paul, though. Francis is more durable than Paul. We don't know the upper bound limits of what Jake Paul's durability is exactly. You see, we may have seen it a few times in the Tyron Woodley fight. We may have seen it a few times, definitely in the Nate Diaz fight, but we've never really seen it against a true heavyweight. And by that, I mean, should Jake have been fighting heavyweight or cruiserweight the whole time? Because he wasn't. He was fighting a bunch of guys that were smaller than him. And as a result of that, it became a much more favorable situation for him. I can't believe this fight is really going on, man, but it is. And I my goodness, I can't wait, man. I can't wait. This is going to be an awesome, awesome event. Wow, man. There's the scenes in Miami right now. He says, I think Jake gets KO'd in the first minute. Wow, man. You really don't have any faith in Jake at all in this fight, right? See, like with me, at least I'm willing to give Jake the benefit of the doubt, right? The benefit of the doubt of possibly going a few rounds, if not even the whole entire fight to it. Remember, it's only an 8-round fight. You know what I mean? It's only an 8-round fight. So remember that. Only 8 rounds. So there's a good chance that Jake can run through 8 rounds. Now, can he win? We don't know. He says Jake doesn't have the Mexican chin. Jake doesn't have the Mexican chin, huh? Unfortunately, we have yet to see that. You're right. We've yet to see that. But no one's really knocked him down. I don't think Jake has been knocked down. At least he's knocked down every single person that he's fought. That's about it, right? As far as I know, he's done that to every person that he's fought. He's knocked them all down, including the ones that he lost to, which, I mean, his only loss, it's a Tommy Fury. But yeah, man, the sister of Daniel Dubois, Caroline Dubois right here. I'm going to say that she's probably a much better boxer than her brother, at least in terms of accomplishments later down the road. I can see her having bigger accomplishments than Dubois somewhere down the road. And by the way, that is the reason why Daniel Dubois was able to get that sparring session with Jake Paul. And it seems that Jake Paul did really well in that sparring session. So he says if he gets past the first, I think AJ is carrying him, in my opinion, he says. So you think as soon as he gets past the first that you think he's going to be carrying him. Very interesting position to take there, right? That's a very interesting position to take, considering that AJ is coming in this fight pissed. All right? Like, I'm talking pissed. Like, he's saying he's going to come in here and end Jake's life, this, that, and the other. He says, heck yeah, didn't know if you were going live for this. Why not? Why not? There's not going to be UFC or MMA for however many weeks now, right? Or is this a scam live? No, it's not. Obviously not if I'm able to respond to you. I'm going to do that later when I have to go to the bathroom or do, other things. You know what I mean? So, but for now, I'm here live, cracking it with y'all for the Dubois versus Panetta fight right now. One of the prelim fights that they have. Mario says it's a good live to cover this event. I agree. You know what? I did do a preview earlier. I was like, you know what? Let's do a preview for this. I don't know if I'm going to go live. All right, we'll just see what we have to do. I was at the car shop earlier, just getting one of my cars done and whatnot. So I figured, why not? While I'm here to kill time, why not just go and get it cracking right here, right? Hit the live button. And so what is your official prediction? Joshua by 8-round decision. Now, the reason why I'm going with an 8-round decision is primarily because I think that Jake has had a lot of vast improvements in his game, right? And these vast improvements, I think, are going to be good enough by the very least to not get knocked out, but also ride the wave into the 8th round with Anthony Joshua. Because remember, Anthony Joshua knocks out a lot of people in the very late rounds, right? Like, for example, how did he take out Klitschko? It was an 11th round knockout. He's knocked out people a lot sooner than that. But for the most part, Anthony Joshua tends to work a little bit. You know what I mean? Like the shots aren't always there. Remember, this is not a Deontay Wilder or a prime Conor McGregor type of fighter where he can just, cock back and rock you a good one and then put you to sleep. This is not the kind of fighter he is. Not, at least not in the heavyweight division, which is what makes this very interesting, right? So he's not a one-hitter quitter in the heavyweight division, but what Anthony Joshua is a fighter that can hit you multiple times, and within those multiple times, accumulate damage rather than having that Deontay Wilder knockout. Victory says, if AJ doesn't knock him out or completely dominate, then it's an epic fail. You know what? That is the pressure that Anthony Joshua was talking about during the Cameron and Anthony Joshua face-off, right? I got a couple of things to go into about that face-off with Cameron. First of all, great. I'm glad that it was Cameron, right? Growing up in the East Coast, listening to Dipset, I remember that him and Joel Santana had a little fight club going on. And on BET, they had this Ultimate Fighter Dana White Contender Series type of MMA fight format. And by the way, we're talking about like the early 2000s. They were doing this, right? So this wasn't even during the time of the Ultimate Fighter era with Griffin and Stephan Bonner, right? So they had the fight called a Ring of Fire. That's what it was called. Look it up on BET, Ring of Fire. All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Mic check 1 2 1 2. You stupid freaking! I hate audio issues. All right, good. We're back. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Thank God that we're back because for a second there I was going to reveal my true self, which is a very impatient psychopath. But on any regards, yes, we are back. Yes. So what was I saying? Okay, let's just start off with some of the comments you guys had here. He says, "I don't think Jake truly knows how heavy AJ's punches are going to be 10-ounce gloves." Okay, yes, these are 10-ounce gloves. That is going to be a serious difference. Joshua Ruiz was a quick bar fight. Yes. If AJ doesn't knock him out, okay, we read that part. Okay, so he says, I've sparred with a UFC heavyweight, Jeff Hughes, and even his jab is powerful as hell. Yeah, you know what? So about that, right? I think if there's skill discrepancy between you and the big man, right? The big man is ultimately going to have advantage over you. That's just what it comes down to, right? They're going to announce the winner right now. Okay, so the winner is Caroline Dubois by unanimous decision. No surprise there, right? The sister of Dubois. Oh yeah, going back to what I was say about the Cameron and the Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua face off, right? So yeah, obviously Cameron has experience in fight promotion. During the days of Dipset, they had I believe a fight promotion called Ring of Fire, or I don't I know I think Ring of Fire is the organization around that area, but uh Star or whatever, it was on BET, right? They had these local fighters there, and then all these Dipset guys would come in there and basically bet on these fights. And he says the audio is choppy. Okay. What about now? Okay, let's try this right now. Okay, so probably a little better now. Okay. Um all right. Okay, we should be good. I think it's okay. All right. Um so okay, Carolyn Dubois, right? The brother of Daniel Dubois. I don't know if you guys know this, but Daniel Dubois' relatives, okay, were one of the first bare knuckle fighters, I believe, during the slave trade days, the Atlantic slave trade days, right? And the ancestor of Dubois, by the way, a woman, knocked out this woman and ended her life, right, in a fight, and it became a legend ever since then, right? I mean, it's like a legendary story that they have going on in their family. It's like they were all destined to be fighters, right? But congratulations to Dubois on this win, though. Oh wow! So now we're in the prelim main event right now. All right, so it is for the undisputed bantamweight championship of the world. Okay. Wow. Yeah, we're not that far away from 1 hour. Less than 1 hour now. Is this is it, uh, is all right, so Amanda Golly walking out right now. Yeah, she looks scared and nervous going in this one right here. Yeah, is Paul versus AJ state sanctioned or exhibition? No, it is it's state sanctioned, my man. Yeah, it is absolutely sanctioned for sure. Yeah, it's no exhibition. This is going under pro record. Yeah, it is definitely going on their pro record for sure. Um Good. Yeah. Yeah, because you know what? At what point do you really coddle Jake, right? As and treat him as a non-professional? I mean, you know, he's more than a professional at this point, right? I mean, he's yeah, he's more than a pro. I would say he's a contender at cruiserweight right now. You know who would be a good fight with Jake Paul at cruiserweight is Vidal Riley. I know there's a fight going on right now, but I'm going to show you a bit of some likes of Vidal Riley, right? This would be a good fight for Jake Paul right now. Let's go with Vidal Riley. Let's see here. I'm looking up Vidal Riley right now. Okay, this right here. I'm going to play this. I'm going to show you how. Yeah, so crazy to say that. I would love to spar him. Jake Paul versus Tyson was an exhibition. Yes. Okay, let me show you this right here. This would be Jake's next best opponent, whether win or lose, on this one right here. Check this out.
Actually realize he's an undefeated pro with extreme amateur experience, a very high amateur pedigree. He's technically great. He's got a high guard. He controls the distance fantastically. You never see him overcommit. Doesn't get excited, going for the knockout, run at the opposition, trying to get them out of there. He doesn't get kind of.
So in other words, what he's saying is that Vidal Riley is a very technical and very, how do I say this? Technical and very methodical fighter, right? Like there's no
of happy when he sees someone getting wobbled. He sticks to the game plan, stays composed, stays calm, goes through the gears. If the knockout comes, it comes. But it's the beauty of it is it's not something he relies on. We saw against Jeff Clark, who needed the knockout. He will try for and go for it. Whereas Vidal can just stay back, little trade if he needs to, and then something in that pocket. But he's happy just doing his thing, boxing around, cruising his way to a wide points decision victory. And that's the thing. It's not a close points decision victory. It's a wide points decision victory. He's happy to do his thing, not overcommit, control the distance, use his experience, and rely on that to get him to where he needs to be. His footwork, his timing, his fight IQ, with the high guard, distance control, it's formidable. And I'm gonna say this again. A lot of people say ring IQ. A lot of people say like he's got really high ring. What is ring IQ? I don't know what ring IQ is.
I tell you what he's talking about with ring IQ, Jake has a little bit of this too, right? You may see that in the fight later on. But yeah, Vidal Riley definitely has that going on. Right? When it comes to what do you call it? Ring IQ or fight IQ or ring awareness. Right? This is also something that Jake Paul has. In other words, he's very understanding of his range and distance. Right? He knows how to use his power, knows how to unload his power if he needs to. But yeah, let's continue on and see why Jake Paul would be a good fight for him.
I know what fight IQ is. Fight IQ is being able to control that distance, being able to have a close round, and then in the last 30 seconds, just nick it. And that's what he can do. Have the high guard, the ring generalship, the experience. That's what fight IQ is. I don't know what ring IQ is, but Vidal has got fight IQ in abundance. It's, I gotta say, formidable. The foot.
I would say, Rat. For example, you see Muhammad Ali use the ropes back in the days. Bernard Hopkins is a great example of that. He uses the ropes as well to his own advantage.
Footwork, he's got his timing, the way he punches people at the perfect time with the counter shots, just as the guard is slipping, putting them out with the feint. It's brilliant to watch, especially somebody at cruiserweight. He's not a brawler at all. He's got patience. He breaks you down. He saves his energy. I'm not going to compare him to Usyk, but I might compare him to someone like Bivol. Someone like Bivol who doesn't rely on his power at all.
Wow. Okay, so he's talking about comparing him to Bivol, right? Wow. He says never bet on a Jake Paul fight. Watch AJ dive for Paul. Man, I don't know about all that, man. I don't know if that's the case here. But yeah, more on Vidal Riley on this one.
He will just break you down, use his knowledge of boxing, his fight IQ, to systematically control everything, control the distance, the timing, all of it, and just break you down, work you out, figure you out, and make you do things in his favor, like we see Bivol do. He makes you fight in a way that he wants to fight. He won't brawl with you.
What does he mean by that? Making him work to your favor. Let's hear what he means by that.
He'll save his energy, and then he'll get to work.
So in other words, knowing how to save your energy. Yeah, I think Jake has the same way, but it's more with a singular punch rather than with Vidal Riley. It's more with it's more volume from what it seems here.
It's brilliant. And the thing is, he's got backing now. He's got draw. Vidal's got this YouTube presence, which brings fans to the fights that not a lot of people have. You know, he's composed. He won't trash talk. It's all business.
You know what? A lot of people don't know about Vidal also is where a lot of his notoriety comes from is being a trainer for KSI. If you look at all the earlier amateur fights that KSI has had, he was his main trainer. And it gave him a lot of clout. It did a lot for his career in terms of notoriety. He was already a formidable boxer. He was already an experienced amateur, was already with Team GB and all of that. But now having that KSI push, I think really catapulted him to being a little bit more of a well-known boxer than, let's say, some of those that are in his rankings, right? I mean, you look at the rankings of, let's say, the cruiserweight division, right? Let's take a look at cruiserweights of the world. Let's see here. Okay. So let's take a look at this, right? Obviously, Alexander Usyk was former champion, undisputed cruiserweight before moving to heavyweight and then becoming undisputed himself. Jay Apataya, ring champion. Spillum, Gilberto Ramirez, Mares, Badu Jack, Mikhail Kalech, Noel Ryan Rosecki, and then there's Vidal Riley right there as number 10, right? So out of all these names, I know that Jai Apataya is known because he's champion. Alexander Usyk is now a legend. All the other guys in front of him, you don't really know. You don't really know Chris Billum Smith. You don't really know Ramirez. You don't really know Berdes. You don't really know Badu Jack, even though Badu Jack has a bit of a following. You definitely don't know these Eastern Europeans and Canadians right here whose names are very difficult to pronounce. But on any regard, who is Ryan Rocheski anyway? Let's take a look at who this is. So just to kind of get an overview look of, who these all right. All right. Okay. So, all right. So, yeah, back to Vidal Riley on this one right here.
Yes. And that's something a lot of fighters could learn from. All business, no trash talk, staying composed, getting the job done. But still,
my man here said AJ washed up, he's getting chinned. He says, I hope Fresh shows up. Yeah. All right, back to this.
going about getting a following in the right way with a social media presence, documenting things, creating a personal feel with the athlete rather than just a professional relationship. Fans feel like they almost personally know him. It's super, super clever.
You know what? That is a good point, right? The way that he connected with his fans, it's not like how other boxers do it. Look, the way that other boxers promote themselves, it's like a business. Hey, I got this boxing fight going on. I'm talking about in the regional scenes, right? I'm not just talking about like in the big pro scenes with the PBC's top rank and all of that. I'm talking about like that, right? Like their whole entire thing is, hey, come watch my fight. I'm a fighter. There's 10 other fighters out there in the world as well, but they don't give you a reason why they're telling you to go watch them on a Saturday night or a Friday night in this case. But with Vidal Riley, there's a point of reference, documented interactions that he's had with KS for him beyond just boxing. And then on top of that, he happens to be one of the best boxers in the world right now, a top 10 cruiserweight. And not to mention an upcoming prospect of future world champion, perhaps.
And make no mistake, his division is absolutely stacked. His division is full of killers. You've got at the top, obviously, Opataya, levels above the rest.
And here you go. These are names that I also mentioned
Breeders
earlier.
is retired now, but Breeders would have been absolutely in the mix. For me, he was the second best heavyweight. Cruiserweight rather. Breeders is so unlucky. He's competing in a era with Usyk and then Opataya. Otherwise, he would have cleaned up. Outside of that, you've got Billum Smith. Ramirez is now up there. You know, you've got, I mean, you could say Badu Jack, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. Even on the domestic scene, again, Chev Clark, you've got Isaac Chamberlain, you've got people that are coming up on the domestic scene. It's stacked. It is pretty stacked. But he's proving he is right up the top of the mix. That's what he's showing everybody. He's announced himself with that Chev Clark performance that he is right up there. And I have no doubt that Jai Opataya will move up soon. He's going to collect the belts and he'll move.
Hey, why are you surprised by that? Right? Number one, he's British. So is Anthony Joshua, right? So there's a British contingency going on with that. Oops. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, he's British. Number two, it's the logical point to really make, right? Anthony Joshua is just the logical conclusion to this one, but yeah.
Move up soon. He has to. He's at that age now, and he can collect the belts. And once he's collected them, there's nothing else for him to do. Then he can move up, and you look at the heavyweight division, which really is full of killers, and you're chucking Jai Opataya in there, who could probably do a lot of damage up there. And see, and you know, we're seeing that suddenly then there's a void in that cruiserweight division that needs filling. And I've got a feeling I know somebody who thinks he can do just that. My only concern with Vidal Riley, and I mean my only concern with Vidal Riley, is he's got a seeming lack of punch power. And the reason why that's a concern, I don't necessarily need to just go and see you knocking people out left and right all the time. That's not what I'm asking to see. But what I do think is you need to have a level of punch power that makes your opponent respect you. You need to have punch power so that when you hit someone, they don't think, whatever, I'm just going to walk through that and just walk you down. We've seen it with Usyk up at heavyweight. Usyk's not a power puncher, but what he has got is enough power that makes you respect him so that when he does hit you, you're like, okay, I can't just walk you down. That's why the Chisora blueprint doesn't work. Because you'll try and walk him down and you're going to get caught. That's what happened with Dubois. I'm not seeing that with Vidal. I'm not seeing Vidal have that power where he doesn't need to just render someone unconscious like Opataya. That's serious power. But the power where you just got the respect. You just don't want to walk in because you know it can hurt you. And it's not necessarily that'll knock you out, but it'll buzz you and then it'll just jump on you like he did with Fury. That's what I'm seeing Vidal missing. And that's why I wonder, look, he's got a skill that will carry him through at cruiserweight. But if he does want to go up to the big money division, up at heavyweight, you do need that. Otherwise, they will, someone like Italma, someone like Leo Tang, who will be big names when he steps up, if and when he steps up, will just walk through the firepower. They'll just take it, high guard, and then they'll start hitting you with what they've got.
Yeah. So before we cut off with the Vidal Riley thing, I just wanted to say that yeah, man, Vidal Riley is the future, right? I think that is a name to look out for. I think that would be a great opponent for Jake Paul, as well as great opponents for the top cruiserweights in the world right now. Jai Apataya, Chris Billum-Smith, Ramirez, the list goes on of the top cruiserweights in the world. Yeah, he's right up there. And you know what? He's a smaller cruiserweight as well, right? So that's going to be exciting to see the type of speed that he brings along. All right, so Victory says he's going for Silva. He says, who are you picking in the Silva fight? Yeah, I'm going to go with Silva as well. I just don't think that Tyron Woodley has enough striking behind him to really outstrike one of the best boxers MMA has ever produced. And in fact, probably one of the best transitions from MMA to boxing and had the style to do so. Guru is a white nationalist. He definitely is. He definitely is. He's a white nationalist, but at the same time, I think he is a civic nationalist, if that makes any sense. He says Silva is 52, but still looks good. Yeah, man. Yeah. MMA is a little bit harder on your body as you get older, right? That's why I recommend a lot of older guys, you know, kind of stick to boxing or just jiu-jitsu. Of course, you can still train MMA and do MMA, but it has to be really centered around boxing and jiu-jitsu, in my opinion, in order for you to really last long. Because wrestling and Muay Thai, yes, it is way harder. And not only is it way harder, but just way harder on your body, period, right? The type of joint pains that you feel for wrestling and jiu-jitsu as well. But wrestling perpetuates it because of the fast-paced motion that is required out of you. And then all that explosion that you do, you know, ultimately it diminishes your body after a while, right? Because you're just constantly exploding. But recovery is a must. He says, I've heard many guys talks about wrestling being responsible for the majority of their injuries. Yes, facts. He says, pretty much all of my injuries have come from wrestling. Yes, that is a reality. That is a reality when you are in a very intense sport like that. And I would have to agree and say that wrestling is the most intense sport out of all of them. You know, that's what it is. He says, Marab is 35. D-Man says, yo, Abu. Yo, my man. Shout out to you, my man. Shout out to all you guys. Let me see here. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, honestly, not really the most entertaining fight right now, to be quite honest with you. Not the most entertaining fight in my humble opinion, but yeah, we're not too far away from the main card, so you know, we're definitely just waiting for that. All right. Let me check. Let me show you guys a bit of some members only exclusive right now, okay? that guy's name? Anderson Cooper. All right, so we are now in the 3-minute mark. We're going to start at exactly 3:20. So 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. What it seems is that the Jake Paul boxing experiment is coming to an end. Now, why do I say that it's coming to an end? I think that he just pushed the limits of what he can do with this whole entire boxing experiment that he has going on, going from becoming a social media influencer boxer, right, and into the realm of potential contendership, whether that would be in the cruiserweight championship area or the heavyweight championship area. Anthony Joshua is the man to get himself past that level. Now, can he? The answer is, quite frankly, no. I think that the size difference, the skill discrepancy is going to show in this fight. Now, is it possible that Jake Paul can improve? Yes, that is a possibility. But more on that, we're going to talk about that along with Ebro from Hot 97 getting fired, because it sort of correlates to this whole entire dynamic of old media versus new media. Now, who is the representative of new media? It is none other than Jake Paul. Who is the representative of old media? Well, old media can consist of, let's say, Tucker Carlson when he was in Fox News, Bill O'Reilly when he was in Fox News. What's that guy's name? Anderson Cooper from CNN, and Don Lemon when they were all in CNN. This is old media. Walter Cronkite back in the old school ABC days, or was it CBS? Who knows? But on any regard, one thing that you have to understand is that this is the battle between old and new media. Now, I got to tell you, I got a bone to pick with Ebro, right? He went after my man Stupid Young, right? Long Beach, Cambodian Crip rapper from the Asian Boy Crips, right? Well, he went after him because he was using the N-word, right? And I'm thinking to myself, well, look, I understand your war cry to that because he's using the N-word and he's not a black artist. I understand that. Me personally, I would not use the word, but at the same time, I got homies that use the word, and a lot of them are also non-black homies that use the word. And for the reason that they come from a culture that allows them to say that. But let's just really be honest about this, right? We know when somebody is being racist when they're saying it with a hard R. Nobody is being malicious and racist when they're saying it with an A in the end. Again, as a Muslim and as somebody that tries to perfect their speech as humanly possible, it is not something that I am for at all, right? But at the same time, as a person who advocates for free speech, allowing people to say what they want in terms of having a better education, having a better understanding, having a better communication with your fellow man, that I'm all for, right? Like, why do you say that? Well, let's find out why. Is it because you come from a culture that allows this? Is it because you were used to talking like this? That was the bone that I had to pick with Ebro. But other than that, the one thing that I will say about Ebro is this, right? He is the representation of old media. I want to see how he does in the world of YouTube. Is he going to do good in the world of YouTube? We don't know, because right now that's the only thing that he can really get. A lot of these radio guys, a lot of these Fox News guys, these ABC guys, these CNN guys, these Hot 97 guys, these radio guys, they are all now starting to realize, you know what, I need to go out there and create my own platform. Let's see if you can be hot without Hot 97 backing you up. That is all that we have to say about Ebro in this process, right? And then he talks about, well, I was speaking on Israel, I was speaking on these subjects or this and that. It's a little too late, right? You were riding the wave of people that all of a sudden are now allowed to say these things. All of a sudden that's popular to say. All of a sudden everybody is all about free Palestine. Of course, there are still some boomers that are in the side of Israel, but nonetheless, a little too late. Now you do have an opportunity to make yourself a media conglomerate in the world of YouTube or in any type of streaming platform. Create your own platform. That is the lesson that a lot of people need to learn. Now, going into Jake Paul into this situation, here's something you got to understand. Jake Paul is the quintessential opposite of Ebro. And I know these are these are two separate stories that are non-correlated to each other. I'm making it correlate for you guys to understand in a metaphorical sense, okay? Jake Paul has managed to build himself up into a social media influencer, superstar, right? He even mentioned in the Cameron and the Anthony Joshua face-off something to the effect of, you know what, we are the new A-list celebrities of today. And he's absolutely right. And he's made a good account of himself in that world. And now everybody pays attention to his fights. Well, now here's the problem. This fight with Anthony Joshua has escalated to the point where now we are dealing with a fight that not only is extremely dangerous for him, but a fight he should have never took in the first place. So how did we get here? He took on Tank Davis, or was supposed to take on Tank Davis, knowing that he had all of these mishaps going on in his life, all these court cases that he had to deal with, but he signed up to fight him anyway. Now, that fight fell through. He can't fight him. And there was a lot of controversy around that. Oh, that guy was too small or this and that. All right, in comes Anthony Joshua. Let's bring him in. Now, Anthony Joshua is in here because Jake Paul is desperate. He needed a date. He needed to get this out there. Also, I think it's fair to say that maybe there is money motivations involved. That is clear that there's money motivations involved, but that is not to say that in a very demeaning way, right? I'm not trying to say that he's broke or anything like that. To the contrary, I'm actually saying that he is being greedy. 70 million, great. That's great. Life-changing money. But it is also career-altering decisions like this, such as facing Anthony Joshua, that I think is going to lead him into a very dangerous path. I want you to imagine this, right? I'm not saying Jake Paul doesn't have the skills to stand there with Anthony Joshua, but what I'm saying is that when it comes to a real heavyweight, skills almost doesn't matter because they can knock you out at any given time, right? A bulldozer can come straight at you forward, and it doesn't matter what type of skills you have in sumo wrestling, in regular wrestling, in judoka, in freestyle wrestling, in Greco-Roman wrestling, or if you're an NFL linebacker or you're a rugby star. Because a bulldozer is going to do what a bulldozer does, no matter your athletic ability or the realities of your attributes. But here's the reality of Jake's attributes. He hits hard, he can crack, which is why there's a good chance, but there's also an even better chance of him getting laid out cold in the process. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah.
Reasonability as a sign of wokeness. This is an intellectual sloth way of living. Blessing to you, my British man, Sacramento, CA. Can I say, Kyrie is a fantastic MMA career, and I'm not just glazing him, because he has obviously illuminated the fact that I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. But Kyrie does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good creator. He has a beard that anyone would be jealous over, especially me, as somebody who cannot grow one. Shout out to Kyrie, really good creator. Give the guy a sub. He definitely deserves it. Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankie, I still have some friends in London.
Serious. That is a very serious statement right there. We're gonna have to clip that right there. Oh yeah, we got ourselves a clipped out portion right now. Okay. Trump will end MMA host White House. That is what we're going to title this. Trump will end MMA post White House. So why are we saying that? Well, the reason why you're saying that Trump will end MMA after the White House is because now MMA is going to be looked at as a completely different sport, right? For better or for worse. I think sometimes for the worse. Number one, you know for a fact that a lot of the Democrats are going to be using this as a political tool. Oh, look at what Trump did. He spent all of this money for the White House, and everybody is in a destitute situation in the United States. People are losing their jobs to AI. People are no longer going out, spending money, contributing to the economy because everyone is broke. Yet here's Trump, millions of dollars in taxpayers' money to have a fight at the south lawn of the White House. Remember what Conor McGregor said about his fight at the White House, right? What did he say exactly? He said in exact words, I am not here to negotiate with the UFC. I am here to negotiate with the US government. Can you imagine that? What fighter in the history of any fighting sport has ever said that? Other than, of course, Ali, when he said that he was going to, or Ali and Don King, when they were going to negotiate with the president of Zimbabwe, right? Wherever that fight was at the Rumble in the Jungle with George Foreman. Okay? Like, think about that, right? You are negotiating with a government and not the UFC in and of itself. So what exactly does that mean? They're going to use that. The political opponents of Trump, they're going to use that as a political tool to diminish him. And I'm not saying this as somebody that is a fan of Trump, and I'm not saying this as somebody that hates Trump or that has Trump derangement syndrome, as they like to call it. Quite frankly, I think Trump derangement syndrome goes both ways, right? It goes to people that believe in him to the fullest extent, and then there are people that just will look at anything that he does, even positively, to a negative end to fulfill their political goals or their political alignment or their narrative or their party line that they like to toe. But yeah, man, when you say that Trump will end MMA after this card, you may say that as just tongue-in-cheek, as just banter, as just being funny. But I take that as something else very symbolic. I take that as something very poetic and something very ironic. Well, isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. A free ride that you just can't take. And who is that? Who made that song? Alanis Morissette, man. Shout out to Alanis Morissette, man. What a lot of people don't know about Alanis Morissette. Alanis Morissette, Canadian singer. During the time, I believe she was hot during the time of Tupac. Like she was on top of the charts during that time, mid-90s or so, right? Yeah, man. But not to digress, it could very well be the last MMA event. And what I mean by that is the last MMA event to take place in a setting of mainstream. Because after the White House card, MMA is going to go back to the underground. Yep, you heard it right. MMA is going back to the underground. That's the way that I see it. So, yeah, we'll stay for about a couple more minutes, and then we'll, yeah, man, we'll get this thing cracking because I got that video with Francis Ngannou that I want to drop just right before midnight. It says, what a great card. Yeah, man, it is. Look, these are cards. These are cards that a lot of people really sleep on, Ank. They really sleep on these cards, man. There have been a lot of cards that many people have slept on in the Apex. You know what, man? I wonder if they have a compilation of like the best Apex fight ever, right? It says top title shot since he made a statement versus a guy who doesn't get finished like that. Yeah, correct. I agree. People give them hate too much for no reason. Yeah, because they're not true MMA fans. Look, the majority of people are not real MMA fans. Okay, they're not true MMA fans. You see, what they are just casuals, right? What they are looking for. Okay, so we're gonna have a great explanation. We're gonna have another segment for this, man. I'm just making segment after segment on this one right here, right? So I'm probably gonna drop a few videos during this week, just making some segments out of this one right here. So, all right. Next segment we'll make. All right, so during the pandemic, every fight was taking place at the Apex Center, right? And now that we are spoiled with all of these fights on the road, everybody is now hating on these Apex cards for no reason, right? I agree. People give them hate for no reason. Says, I'm excited for Kevin Vallejos. He's got a bright future. Right, there you go. Kevin Vallejos, right, with his win tonight. Right, with his win tonight. Yeah, he's definitely got a bright future. Got a win over Giga Chikadze. That is what the Apex is for, right? It is to build these stars for tomorrow. It is a factory to build the stars of tomorrow. Everybody, and when I mean everybody, I'm talking about the casuals. What they are looking for is that Hollywood type of fight. And what do I mean by the Hollywood type of fight? The type of fight that everybody wants to see. Conor McGregor versus Khabib. UFC 229, October 2018. The most classic fight of all time. Yeah? That's what they want to see. That's a Hollywood fight. John Jones versus Daniel Cormier the first time around. That's a Hollywood fight. There was a lot of theatrics that came with it, pushing each other at the press conference, getting into a little shoving match. On top of that, how about Jorge Masvidal and Colby Covington? There you go, man. That right there is Hollywood magic. What is everybody talking about in the 170 division right now? They are talking about Ian Gary taking on Islam Makhachev. Is that a Hollywood fight? Yeah, it's a Hollywood fight. But what if they were to put Shavkat versus Islam Makhachev? Nope. It's not much of a Hollywood fight, really. Not at all. No. Not at all. How about if you were to put Paddy Pimblett versus Justin Gaethje? Not really. You know what is a Hollywood fight? Ilia Topuria versus Paddy Pimblett. You want to know why that's a Hollywood fight? Check this out. The reason why that's a Hollywood fight is because there is theatrics behind it. Patty Pimblett said racially derogatory things towards Ilya Tapora, saying, and I quote, "Mate, I see why the Russians terrorize your people, man." And then he calls him Mr. Han Sanitizer. Mr. Han Sanitizer, mate. Mr. Han Sanitizer. And then Ilya Tapora confronts him in London and gets into a fight with him. How do you do it, man? And now they're in a top spot. Ilya Tapora, double champion. Ilya Tapora, 145 champion, right? While Patty was moving up the 155 division. And then out of nowhere, Ilya Tapora becomes the 155 champion, becoming a champion way before Patty, while Patty was just developing himself. But nonetheless, there's Hollywood theatrics behind that fight. It's worthy of a Hollywood fight, but everybody doesn't like the Apex fights because it is a building foundation. You see what I'm saying? You mentioned Kevin Vallejos tonight, right? Could he be a star? Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a great chance. Yeah, there is a great chance that that he becomes a superstar one day. Now, here's the thing. Why is it that the casuals don't care? You want to know why? They don't care because he's not a star right now. Well, we as hardcore fans, we're invested in seeing him become a star, right? Well, because we're hardcore fans. That's not how most people work. How most people work is, what is the hottest thing right now? I want the hottest thing right now. I want what is hot right now. I'm not there trying to build with anyone. I'm not there trying to, I'm not there trying to make some sort of time or some sort of effort into investing in this person. I want the now, okay? And that right there is the reason why most people are casuals. That is the reason why most people don't care about these Apex cards, because what they want are the fights in big-time Vegas, now the big-time fights in Riyadh season, now the big-time fights in where they sing Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline before the big fights happen. And then he says here, people want Alex Pereira's, Merab's, Ilya's. Yes, that's what it is. But guess what, man? Before Alex Pereira had to be that, Alex Pereira had to be that mechanic at the shop. Okay, Merab had to be that construction worker working in New Jersey. Ilya had to be that guy. I don't know what Ilya was prior to that, but he wasn't the Ilya Tapora we know today. He was just the Ilya Tapora that was a normal Real Madrid FC fan. Now he's sponsored by Real Madrid FC. But how did he get there? He had to get there first. He had to go through the Bryce Mitchells of the world. Alex Pereira had to go through the no-name guys of the world. Of course, they did that on purpose to try and build him up to fight Izzy. But even before that, even before he was in kickboxing, he was fighting a bunch of no-names. Supposedly, Andrew Tate was going to fight him, according to Andrew Tate. Supposedly. Right? But back then, I guarantee you, Andrew Tate wouldn't even say Alex Pereira's name at all. Nor would Alex Pereira even mention Andrew Tate's name. They were just nobodies at that time. I mean, they were somebodies in the realm of combat sports, in the realms of kickboxing, boxing, MMA, and so on and so forth. But that's the thing. Everybody wants the big fights right now. Damn about building with people like Marty, who had to corner his boy tonight, and people like the ones that I know that are like Marty around here in Sacramento and elsewhere around the world. These are the guys that are building the stars of tomorrow. At the same time, taking risks, because what if they become the stars of tomorrow? Then what becomes of them? What becomes of your time that you spent with this athlete? Like, was it all worth it in the end? And that is a question that you have to ask yourself when you try and pursue an endeavor in MMA that could mean absolutely nothing. And guess what? There's also the aspect of fighter pay that also delves into the moral dilemma that people have of why they are taking these insane risks, like Isaac Dolgarian, right? James Krause, those types of situations that led the FBI to check out the UFC this year in a way that they checked out the NBA with Chauncey Billups and Rozier and all these other guys that they caught, and among other sports that they are going after too as well, with some corruptions, pertaining to such subject. But yeah, man, that's really what it is, man. But tonight, man, the Apex cards were incredible. Unfortunately, a lot of people are not going to care for them, and that's the sad part about it. But by the end of the day, it is the hardcores that build this sport, whether it is through their viewership of the fights that nobody really sees, or whether it is their contribution to the specific athlete that is trying to make it in the higher ranks. Make no mistake, like all things in life, understand this. Why people don't like the Apex cards, because people don't like to see building. They want to see the next. They want to see what is hot right now, because that's what they want to be a part of. They want to be a part of what is hot right now, and they ain't worried about trying to make themselves hot or trying to put themselves in a hot situation, or by the very least trying to put others in a good or hot situation. They don't care about that. They want the now. They want what is now, and they want what is good for them right now, and nothing more, nothing less. And everything that I just talked about right now, believe it or not, none of that had anything to do with the Apex cards, believe it or not. None of that had anything to do with the Apex cards. All right. All right. So looks like we are in for a Miami fight night. Not just any Miami fight night, but a very important Miami fight night. You see, because this Miami fight night is not just a UFC Apex card. It's not just any normal PBC show. It's not just any normal match, normal Jake Paul fight. You know what this is? You know what all this is? I'll tell you what all this is, right? This is a spectacle. Because we're all curious to see, how is this going to play out? That's one of the curiosities that we have going on with this. There's Layla Ali right there with Andre Ward, and they are saying that there are reasons that weight classes exist. I agree with that to a certain extent, but if weight classes exist, why are there people like Royce Gracie? Why are there people like Alexander Usyk, Mike Tyson? He was a small heavyweight. Yeah, it is really insane. We're literally like 4 fights away from Jake and Anthony Joshua squaring up together. Yeah, imagine telling someone that back then, right? Yeah. 2017, Jake Paul is gonna fight Anthony Joshua. He says, "I watched, Joshua versus Usyk 2 today. Usyk is fun to watch, not your typical heavyweight." Did you watch that because I said that that was, Anthony Joshua's best performance ever, even though he lost? Was it that bid that sort of, influenced you to see that? Or you just wanted to watch it just for tape study? Oh, yes. Yes, as in all right, here we go. Yeah, I watched it because you were talking about okay. So yeah, best performance of Anthony Joshua's life, right? Uh come on, Kyrie. um but he lost. And I think if there is any way that you're going to judge Anthony Joshua off anything, it should be off of that fight. And if you look at the fight between Dubois and Usyk, even though both fights seemed very conclusive to the side of Alexander Usyk, even with the controversy behind that, it kind of shows you how even both Dubois and Usyk are. By the way, his little sister got a win, of course. So that's sort of the reason why Jake Paul with Homeboy during camp and Daniel Dubois. And there were pictures of Jake Paul knocking down Daniel Dubois. Okay, you know, Joshua. So yeah, who we're gonna be watching tonight, man? You know, but in either way, I know you guys are here all for the fool. Yeah, foolery to the toolery, I said. Okay, so it looks like we have ads going on in Netflix right now. Uh, a little bit typical, obviously, for the type of programming that you have. All right, so they got some beats. That makes sense when you have beats commercials going. Uh, Anthony Joshua is affiliated with Dr. Dre Beats. So Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. All right, we're good. Um. Okay, I want to read this comment right here. This is interesting. He says, "Did you know Candace Owens was an actress?" No, but it doesn't surprise me. All right. Um, I'll tell you why that doesn't surprise me. Hold on. All right. Um, wait, let's address this right here. All right. So the answer is no, but it doesn't surprise me. Now the reason, yeah, the reason why that doesn't surprise me, the reason why that doesn't surprise me is because look at her. Everything that she does is theatrics. The way that she conveys her message, the stories that she tells. I mean, it is all nothing but theatrics by the end of the day. So it doesn't surprise me that she was an actress. That also explains why she is an avid Tupac fan. You know, considering how anti-establishment Tupac was, I'm very surprised of all the people that are Tupac fans, right? Kamala Harris was a Tupac fan. Obviously, it doesn't get deep state level establishment. Candace Owens, uh, not an establishment person, not an official public office holder, like let's say AOC or something like that, but influential enough, right? Influential in a certain institution, i.e., the Republican Party. That's the institution of America in and of itself. So she's very influential in that world. Um, so let's see. Oops. But yeah, that's what it is. It doesn't surprise me. He says 100 on Paul is 70, is 700. 100 on Paul is 700. So if you put $100 on Paul, you win $700. Okay, I see the little trick there. All right, sorry about that. Had to fix a little bit of some technical issues. All right, so yeah, so as I was saying, let's address this right here, right? 100 on Paul, right? 100 on Paul is 700. That's enticing. That is enticing. Think about this, right? You put in $100 and then you get extra. That's a $600 come up, right? It's like they're incentivizing you to do so. Right? It is kind of weird. They're kind of incentivizing you to go for these bets. Back in South Florida, as they say. All right. He says I would never bet on fights. Yeah, man. Some fights are just too difficult to bet. They're too difficult to bet. In my opinion, this could be one of them. All right. From Colombia. I'm going to be honest with you guys. This fight is probably not as big as anticipated it to be. Right? Like, it doesn't feel big. Yeah, feel big because I don't really know a lot of people that are talking about it, like not in the barber shops, not in the car shop, nothing. He says, yeah, I think Jake gets a boost in his brand if he KO'd here. You think that Jake gets a boost in his wow. He gets a boost either way coming into this fight, right? Because it's such a ballsy move for him to get in here and do so. So from what it seems is that Jamal Harvey was what do you call it? He was he says he was a former athlete. He felt that he was too small, so then he got into boxing. American heavyweight, it's just kind of the opposite. It's heavyweights and they're, very talented at a certain size and weight. They, they decide to go to other sports. He says, Yeah, the fixed fights angle will kill his brand more. Huh. So that's an interesting take, Mario. So you're saying that if he was to let's say if he was to let's say win this fight, it would look bad because people would think that it's fake. Is that what you're saying? If so, I think that's quite a brilliant take, honestly. Yeah, that's a very brilliant take. Very brilliant. All right, so this guy's an MVP promotion boxer. In other words, he signed to Jake Paul. All right, what did my man here say? He said, yeah, I agree, Mario. If he's getting knocked out, would probably gain him the most respect. He will box again if he loses. And yeah, yeah, that's the trajectory of Jake, right? He doesn't need to win this. Or I'm sorry, even if he lose this, obviously there's plenty of fights ahead for Jake Paul. Oh wow, good shots right there by Harvey. People won't watch his next fights if he wins. Man, they should though, right? I mean, from a hardcore fan's perspective, like, dude, you beat Anthony Joshua. You know what I mean? Like, imagine that you beat Anthony Joshua. Like, but I could see that though from a casual standpoint. I could see that from a casual standpoint. Oh, there it is, man. Good. Yeah, the fixed angle. That's true. Yeah, if he wins, everyone is going to say it's rigged. Yep. Yeah, this Jamal Harvey kid is fast, man. I'm extremely curious to see how this is going to play out. Yeah, I am too, bro. I've never been more excited for a fight, to be quite honest with you. Like, I would say, yeah, I'm very excited for this fight. Yeah, no doubt, man. I'm very excited for this because you don't know what's going to happen. Like, there is no guarantee of what's going to happen either way. Like, you think you know. See, here's the thing, right? A lot of these boxing guys have so much to say, like, oh, yeah, you're a casual if you think Anthony Joshua is going to lose. But are you, like, because in MMA, guys, we've seen a situation where a former champion like Anthony Joshua gets knocked out by somebody like a Jake Paul. We've seen that in MMA. He says, yeah, it sucks to say that, but it's true. Victory says he's a master of marketing, no doubt about that. So maybe in the mind of Jake Paul, he kind of knows that there's no way he could, win against Anthony Joshua. But coming in here, I think it does build his brand either way. And you're right. I think that he will get big. He will get even bigger if this fight goes well for Jake Paul in the way that I said it would, meaning that he will lose, but lose in the scorecards. Because then that could be used as a huge marketing strategy ploy as well. Marty, maybe fresh melon juice really is the CIA, bro. The reason why he's probably not here is because right now the U.S. is looking after Islamic State fighters. So the reason why he's not here is because he probably thinks, you know what, I got better things to do than troll this kid in in his little channel. You know what I mean? Victory says, oh, okay. First Mario says he needs to get rid of the rig claims. I don't know how you're going to do that, man. I think you're just going to have to re-educate people because half of the reason why people think that it's rigged is because they're normies. I don't know what to say about that, really. Victory says, I just don't know how he is going to avoid getting hit for the next 8 rounds, and I really don't think he can take a clean shot. I think he can. I think he can. I have confidence in him. He says he might be because I can't believe he's not here. Yeah, and he's not here because he's in Syria. And here's something that I sort of understand about that world. Before they go in and do anything like that, they send out the CIA to scope out the scene. What's going on here? Who's who? Who's with what? What's going on behind the government of Muhammad who's taken on the other side? Who's also a member of the Al Sharia administration as well as ISIS? How do we differentiate between them? How do we not crossfire in between? These are the things that are going on right now. So he says, what's the hardest shots he's taken? Woodley? Yeah, I remember saying that. Yes, Woodley, Nate. Yeah, that's about it. I would have thought Mike Perry would have thrown a harder shot at him, but yeah, his chin has never been tested, not in the heavyweight division. The guys in his camp are not going all out on him. You know what? The guy Cassius that they interviewed, right? They interviewed Cassius. He said that Jake's camp told him, go all out. Cassius, that guy that Anthony Joshua was supposed to, ironically, was also sparring Jake Paul in the process. Because Woodley hits like a baby compared to AJ. Facts. He says, yeah, Woodley hits like a baby compared to AJ. Facts. Facts. That. Even if they are going hard, they have 16-ounce gloves. Yeah. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. How about we turn up the volume on the all right, so even if they are going hard, they have even if they are 18-ounce gloves. That is perfect. That is where we need the mic to be. Okay. So even if they are going hard, they have 16-ounce gloves. It's actually 10, my man. The official gloves for this fight is 10. All right, man. Jamal Harvey. It's all him in this fight right now. Says I'm talking about sparring, man. Come on. We were just talking. Oh, okay. You're talking about okay, got it. Sorry, just trying to navigate multiple conversations here. Okay. And that's another thing too. We don't know if they're using 16s or you know how it is, Marty. You show up at sparring, guys are showing up there with different gear. Some of them are going in there with 16-ounce gloves, 10-ounce gloves, boxing gloves, MMA gloves. So we don't know exactly what they are. Although, if he is the quintessential leader of his camp or the ones that are flying the guys out, he could easily say, hey, listen, how about this? Let's do this, right? You guys wear 16 ounce today, or let's do 10 in order to give sort of what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for here? Give like the best feel possible. He says, oh yeah, they are taking care of the problem child. Sparring partners. Maybe this will change your mind a bit. I'm going to show you that interview. Let's see if we can show this from here. Okay, let's do this. Cassius Chaney. This is the guy that Anthony Joshua was going to fight originally. Okay. The black American brother in the gold shorts. Right here. Let's go with this right here. Right here. I need you guys to see this, okay?
With Cassius training. Cassius, you've been in camp with Jake Paul for this massive Anthony Joshua fight this Friday.
Oh, has he?
What are you thinking ahead of Friday night?
He's ready. He's ready. Jake Paul's ready. See, guys, look, don't be surprised when Jake Paul gets in the ring with AJ and he does a number on him. Do not be surprised. Yeah, all you naysayers, all you haters saying Jake Paul can't do it. There's a possibility. Look, even Cassius Clay, this is the guy that Anthony Joshua was supposed to fight instead of Jake Paul, and he's been sparring with Jake. That's what I'm saying. Jake Paul is getting the best sparring partners. You know what I mean? He's not playing any games. You know what I'm saying?
I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great event, and I think Jake's ready to shock the world.
He thinks Jake Paul is ready to shock the world, and he's smiling like, yo, AJ's not ready. Like
The bookies, the odds makers have him at least, I think, 7-1 to pull this off. What gives you the confidence?
What gives you the confidence? Tell us. Why do you? Let's hear
He
it.
works hard. I think he
I've been saying that. I've been saying that it's a self-belief, confidence. He's a hard worker. I've been saying all these things.
Let's hear
Go
this
back
part
on
right here.
my
This is
videos
important.
and watch my videos. I've been saying this.
I think he really believes in himself that he can make this happen.
Self-belief, baby.
And I just feel like he brought in proper work.
With Cassius training. Cassius.
Right here. By the way, that's the one in the interview.
Don't charge at me, Tyson. Don't charge at me, Tyson.
Did he said Tyson?
With Cassius training.
Okay, that must have been. That makes sense. All right. All right. Yeah. So you're saying some good words. Is that your story right now, though? Right? So you guys know the white nationalist leader, Tommy Robinson. Look at obviously Tommy Robinson. Okay, let's try this. Mic check 1 2. Right here. Okay, let's try this again. He says, "Yeah, your audio is super choppy, man. Sorry." Okay. All right. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's just make sure mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Mic check. On side 1, 2, 1, 2. So that side gets choppy. Okay. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check. Okay. So everybody knows Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson is the EDL leader. All right, we're going round 6. All right. Mic check. Mic check. Okay, good. Okay. So everybody knows Andrew Tate as the quintessential social media superstar. But not a lot of people knew he was a former kickboxer, right? A lot of people didn't know that much about him. They only knew his social media career and the controversy that came about it. Usually was a lot of hyper masculinity. Some would consider it toxic masculinity, depending on which side of the aisle, depending on which side of the aisle you stand on. Yeah, which side of the aisle you stand on in that. But Andrew Tate had a lot of interesting friends growing up, one of them being Tommy Robinson. In 2004, Tommy Robinson formed what is now known as the English Defense League in response to the growing Islamism that is going on in Great Britain. But as years went on, Tommy Robinson was labeled a racist, sometimes even a misogynist, sometimes even a xenophobe. For sure, he's that. For sure, he's anti-Islamic. But to call him racist, I don't know about that. I don't know if I would call or classify Tommy as racist, even though I don't agree with him. But I certainly would not call him racist. Everywhere Tommy Robinson goes, approach, and he gets attacked. Everywhere. He gets beat up over the years. This is now a growing collection of them. Now,
This is Joe Pugh for IFL TV. We're out here in Dubai ahead of Andrew Tate versus Chase the Moore. Delighted to be joined by Mr. Tommy Robinson, a face I wasn't expecting to see here today.
I know, everyone looks at me like I'm walking through the airport and that. Yeah, I've come here. I've got my children with me. They love Misfits. They always have. So I was given.
Okay, that's strike one territory. Okay, now we can argue and say that there's not a lot of Islamists in the UAE, and that's true. He's still in a Muslim territory where because you're not going to see a lot of jihadists in the UAE or Saudi Arabia. Dubai and Abu Dhabi is still Muslims. It's still a haven for Western Muslims. And you're going to see that.
Don't interview him. He's a racist prick. Why are you giving him airtime for?
They are interviewing me.
Why are you giving him airtime?
They are interviewing me.
Racist rat.
They are.
Why are you giving him airtime for?
They are.
Fuck him.
They are interviewing me.
He hates Muslims, but he's in a Muslim
They are
country.
interviewing me.
Word that one out.
They are interviewing me.
Fucking prick. Don't give him no airtime. You hate Muslims like us. Why are you here? Why are you in this country?
I'm here under invite.
You hate Muslims, so why are you in a Muslim country for? You're a little rat.
Yeah, good one.
Uneducated little rat.
Tommy is saying to him, I don't hate Muslims, I hate the jihadists or this, that, and the other.
You're an educated prick.
Get the fuck out of here. You don't want it around here.
Fuck off, you mug. Let me finish my interview. I'll finish my interview.
What this interview? He's a fucking idiot. Don't put him on no interview. Don't give him no time. The racist rat bastard. He hates Muslims, but he's in a Muslim country. Word that one out. How the fuck does that work?
Do you know how many Muslims I know? That makes
I don't
like terrorism. I don't like jihadists.
Neither do Muslims.
Stand up.
Well, of course, he's there in a Muslim that happens to be Andrew Tate is fighting.
I do stand up against him. Yeah, I do. Why don't you stand up against the Groomigans that are white? I've only ever seen you stand up against. I'm from Derby, England. Yeah. I only see you stand up against the Muslims. I stand up. What do you mean? What am I doing here? I'm a professional. I fight the Misfits. I'm a Misfits fighter. What are you doing here? I'll go against anything that's against Islam.
Okay. So
Raping's against Islam. Grooming gangs are against Islam.
I'm here under the invite of Emiratis, who I'm meeting tomorrow to discuss terrorist organisations in the UK. So that's got not. It's got
yeah, white ones or just Asian ones.
I'm here to meet Emirati Muslims who work, Muslims from here, United Arab Emirates, who work against
the problem is,
against
let me tell you the issue I've got with you. The issue I've got with you is I'm not bothered. No, but I've watched you stop, and the issue I've got is you're only against Muslims. Why when a white person does something, you don't question it?
What have I said that you disagree with? What have I said?
No, I'll tell you what I disagree with. You only push a
Now, this guy is literally. Can you imagine that? He's telling Tommy, you need to get out of here. This is a Muslim country. You don't belong here. Imagine being told that, right? Like he's doing the exact reverse on him right now.
Narrative against Muslims.
Give me what I've said.
I'm telling you, tell me what only push narrative against Muslims.
Tell me what I've said.
Why do you not? Why do you not go against all the white people that do it? And all the Christians?
Shall I tell you?
In your Bible, it says that if a woman doesn't pray when she shave her hair
Let
up,
me
you
tell
don't
you.
put that out there.
Let me tell you.
Go on then.
Because 90% of the men
Against the white people that are committing grooming scandals as well.
convicted for raping young kids in gangs, 90% are Muslims.
Most of the nonsense look like you, though.
It's not my fault.
Most of the nonsense look like you.
I'm giving you a fact. I'm giving you a fact. The majority of nonsense are white. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well then, so why don't you? I don't see you pointing that shit out.
Because it's a majority
You've got an issue. You come out there. I know. I've seen you on the news with the fucking Quran saying that you're against this book. What against the Quran are you against? Yeah. Out of context. Anyone can do that out of context. I can read the Bible out of context.
Okay.
And the Bible's far worse out of context.
Go. Rather than argue with me, go argue with ISIS, go argue with Boko Haram, go argue with Al-Qaeda.
I do. So why don't you go argue with all the paedophiles in the churches? Why don't you go
do you believe in free speech?
Yeah.
How about you
so
fuck off and let me finish my interview then?
Why is your free speech only against Muslims?
I'm not talking about Muslims.
No,
you're
I'm on about that's what you're known for.
Because I've got an opinion.
You're a racist,
I'm allowed my
little
opinion.
prick and on one around here. So fuck off.
He's about to
come back to where you come from.
Yeah,
no.
Who you pushing?
Oh, did you see that?
Once around here. So fuck off. Come back to where you come from.
Yeah,
no.
Who you pushing?
No.
Who you pushing, you fucking fanny? I mean, who you pushing?
I'm just doing an interview now.
Lucky, like do I look like I give a fuck about you? Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck about you? Do I look like I give a fuck about you? Fatty. Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? Frank.
I mean, it's trying to play it off as saying, well, I don't really give a F about you. You're just a fan. But in reality, you kind of do, considering that he just touched you and violated you. You got to go do something about that.
Do I look like I care? Shut up, you mutt. Go fuck off. Right, now we're finished our interview. I told you we'd finish our interview.
Right, we will get into this. Boxing talk only. Right, because you have come to see Andrew Tate versus Chase the Moor, Tommy. Your kids, big fans of Misfits.
Big fans of Misfits. I've come to watch Misfits. Obviously. Who's that fanny anyway?
That's Ty Mitchell.
Ty
just
Mitchell.
Come up to you.
Fanny, what's he, a professional boxer?
He is a professional boxer, yeah.
Fanny. Who gives a shit anyway? I don't. I've got my opinion. I'll stand by my opinion. I'm right in what I say. Just for the record, I don't hate Muslims. I've made this point so many times. I have loads of Muslim friends who I have lots of love with that I've been brought up with. But there's a problem, and someone needs to talk about it. Unfortunately, I've took that handle, and I talk about it. And because I talk about it, you get dickheads like this. Wherever I go, everywhere I go. I still go there. A lot of people say to me, why have you gone here? Why are you in Dubai?
What? Listen, Tommy Robinson has a history of people attacking him, though. Compilation of that. Sometimes that Tommy Robinson has gotten into a fight right here. So here it is. Tommy Robinson ambushed and attacked by Antifa. So there's footage that we have. Fights and confrontations. Here we go. 6 years ago. And this is 6 years ago and counting.
You tried to touch your camera. Yes, don't fucking try and touch the camera then. I told you that 5 times. Keep your life. I will keep my life. Well, you think you're going to take a fucking life? Yeah. And you cannot, you cannot try like this. You see that? And you cannot, you can look. Okay. One way this is going to go, you're going to end up knocked down on crutches.
All right, he says, I can, wow, unalive you, okay. Threw, a cross at him right there.
What are you doing?
Okay, this has to be the Antifa. I don't know what these guys are or who they are with, honestly, but yeah.
Wait, get off that.
You been at school?
Oh, there's another one right there. Oh, he just okay. Now he's getting jumped right here.
Right? You good, yeah? Hey, fuck them up, then, mate. Fuck them up. You held it up, though. You fucking nuts. Nice job. You ready, lads? Yeah, you ready? I don't keep on seeing it. Yeah, but here. Move. Why have you come here then? Why have you come here then? You fat shit.
You come here then? Why have you come here then? Well, there it is, man. Well, now, going back to it, why did you come to Dubai a long time? But before Andrew Tate became a Muslim. But yeah, here we go.
Yeah? In all honesty, because I'm right, and I am actually meeting Emiratis here who work tirelessly against jihad, against Muslim Brotherhood, against terrorist organisations. There's no terrorism here. Do you know why? Because they know how to tackle it and deal with it. Not like Britain. They don't allow them to run.
He's right about that, though, right? In comparison to, let's say, Arab countries, they are a lot more. They are a Muslim in those countries. Yeah, I will vouch for that for sure.
I mean, I'm not educated enough, unfortunately, to ask you about this, but I am educated enough to ask you about Andrew Tate, Chase the Moor, about 24 hours time. Are you backing, Tommy?
Who do you think I'm backing?
Luton boy?
I'm a Luton boy, man. I'm a Luton boy.
So there it is. He's here. All right, guys. So let me know in the comment section what you think of racist. Is he not a racist? Let me know in the comment section below.
Luton boy. Tate's a Muslim. He's my mate. All right? He's messaged me yesterday. It's like, come on, bro. Sorry, Mitchell, you bug.
You've known Andrew for a long time, haven't you?
Yeah, I've known Andrew before he was top G, before any of that, yeah.
Good guy. He seems a cool guy around this week.
Mate, he was a good guy. There's no one that has a bad word to say about him before he become famous. Once you become famous, everyone hates you. Basically, that's the reality. Especially in Britain. Britain's a country full of people who hate. So regardless of whatever allegations are against him, people hate to see someone do well.
Yeah, I know, Marty. Yeah, it's one of them nights, man. Sorry, dude.
Would you like to fight on Misfits, Tommy? There's been, I don't want to call them rumours, but slight whispers around this week that you may or may not be on a Misfits card in the future.
Is there fighting who? What rumours you heard?
I heard that they might be interested on you being on a card. I haven't heard the opponent.
News to me, mate. News to me. Yeah.
Would you like to?
I haven't come here for that. Okay. Yeah? So I've come here because I've been given tickets. I've arranged to meet, as I said, some All
right, fair enough. You know, he's not there for a fight. What's his name? What was that dude's name? I'll be right here. Hold on. I'll show you the fight that he had. It was against an American guy, an American football hooligan guy. Central Club podcast, from what I remember, was right here. This is another Tommy Robinson scraps right here.
To invite you, no, you twat. Nobody doesn't want you around, no lads. You're not welcome with any firm, bro. You're not even welcome with Migs, champ. I'm more welcome than you.
Turn the camera off. Come on, that's our thing. Come on, now. Let's.
So a little text behind the story. This dude is an American football hooligan, right? And Tommy Robinson basically calls him a wannabe fantasist.
Let's
grow up. That's the main thrust to me.
Yeah, listen.
What's the main thrust? You don't know what you're fucking talking about. You're not even from here, you fucking little mug. You're a fucking little mug. That's what you are. No, you're fucking. You called me out in a fucking fight, didn't you? Yeah. So why are you sitting in front of me? Fucking do something. Zone, but what you want to do? You fucking little prick. What are you gonna get the fuck off me? Get the fuck off me. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna fucking do? What are you gonna fucking do, you little fucking mug? What are you gonna fucking do? Get him back. Get him back. Get him back.
He's like, get him back. Get him back as he's getting.
Get him back. Get him back.
On the ground.
No. They're here, tag. You stupid little fucking dick. Get him out, bro. Get him out. Man, you're not letting me go. Let me get up. Let me get up. Let me get up. What is this?
You're not letting me get up. You're not letting me get up. Oh.
Fuck you, respect, okay? Get him out of here. Get him out of here, bro. I'm not used to being held down like this. Get him out of here. Sorry. This is fucking crazy. Get him out of here.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's over, mate.
Podcast anyway.
Sorry, I apologize.
Or is Tommy Robinson going to get up?
He's a clown. Absolutely nothing.
Please, brother.
Come on, bro. But then they just attacked me.
Hey, come on, let's go.
I was sat on the floor. I was sat down. It's still standing up.
Hey.
I was sat down. You jumped up to me.
Fucking crackers.
Stand your seat.
Let's go.
I'm gonna go.
Dude is still sitting there right now. He's laying down like saying, "Hey, don't hold me back. Don't hold me
Tell that
back,
nigga to stand
guys."
back.
Come on, it's done. Come on.
Hey, the zone boxing.
Leave it.
Match right here. Here it is. This is where he calls him out for a boxing match. The zone boxing.
The zone boxing. The zone boxing. The zone boxing. The zone boxing.
And tonight, our boxing is brought to you.
Up UK boxing. I want this man Robinson in the ring. He just attacked me. Boxing. You agree to a boxing match? Hey, do you agree to a boxing match? Not today. Hey, not today. Hey, I challenge you a boxing match. Bro, this nigga, I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you sucker attack me again, bitch. I'm not gonna let you sucker attack me again, bitch. The zone boxing. I want Robinson here. But he just attacked me. He just attacked me.
It's done, bro. It's done. There's no cameras rolling. There's no one here.
Tommy Robinson gets into a lot of scraps.
Marati's out here to discuss.
That's what it is, and yeah.
The
rest of what he has to say on this one.
And I've had the opportunity to bring my children out to an event like this. Although my children just had to watch that fucking prick. But at the same time,
That's another thing too, man. Run out like that, especially if you're a guy like Tommy Robinson. But to each its own.
I'm happy to be here. And would I fight someone? I don't mind a challenge, but I think that anyone. I've never got in the ring. I've never boxed. I know I've never boxed in my life. I've never got in the ring, but yeah, I'd get in the ring. I would. Probably because it gives you something to focus on in life. I think everyone needs a challenge.
Any names in particular that you wouldn't mind fighting on this thing?
The people I want to fight.
In the misfit scene.
Fucking if Ty Mitchell weren't a boxer, I'd fight him. And if he weren't 2 foot taller.
Listen, Tommy, thank you very much, mate. Enjoy Dubai with your kids, and yeah, enjoy the event.
Tommy Robinson fancies him fighting Ty Mitchell there. Now, who is Ty Mitchell? Let's check out. Let's find out who this dude is right here. Okay, so he's a Misfits. Let's see what this is about right here. I'll play this. This is the zone stuff. Never mind. But yeah. All right. So at this point, I think we got right now. I think we got Silva and Anderson Silva and Woodley up right now. All right, so here's Woodley right now walking out. All right, so we got Woodley versus Anderson Silva right now. Cruiserweight division, mind you. Wow, man. He's 43 years old. That's crazy, dude. Wow. He was filming Roadhouse 2.
Never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit.
All right, we got Anderson Silva walking out right now.
If you wanna play tough.
All right, man. Anderson Silva already in his 6th professional boxing matchup. Here's Anderson Silva walking out right now, ready to take on Tyron Woodley. Here's Anderson Silva right now walking out to the ever famous DMX song. Ain't no sunshine when it's on. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when it's on. Just when it's on, you ninjas gonna be gone. Wow, it's so powerful. Like they throw the ninjas in there, it just makes it sound even more powerful. It's so powerful, even dropping the N-bomb into it. That's great. Ain't no sunshine when it's on. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when it's on. Cause when it's on. All right, man. The most exciting matchup of the night. Wow, Tyron Woodley got the pink and blue trim. Ain't no sunshine when it's on. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when it's on. Cause when it's on, you ninjas gonna be gone every time we're away. It's so powerful that they have to, like, for such a soulful song, you know, because back in the days, they weren't throwing like in these very soul songs and whatnot. He said, "All right, gentlemen, welcome to the 305." Wow, man, what an intro. Welcome to the 305. Because ain't no sunshine, only darkness every day. Tyron Woodley's gonna see a whole bunch of darkness when Anderson Silva puts his fist in his head. All right, here we go. Round number 1. Let's see, man. Let's see how Anderson Silva does here. All right, there's Tyron Woodley now putting his hands up. Very conventional stance that Tyron Woodley has going on. Anderson Silva starting off very slow here. Yeah, interesting commentary by David Hay here. Yeah, really interesting to hear David Hay commentating on an Anderson Silva fight. All right, still very slow on both of their parts right now. Yeah, both former opponents of Jake Paul. Yeah, not a lot of offense from them, surprisingly, huh? Not a lot of offense from either of them. And I'm wondering what is the reason, behind all that. You know what I mean? What is their reason for just, this lack of offense that they are doing right now? Yeah, 2 for 6 for Anderson Silva, man. Not a very high output. All right, here we go. Yeah, Anderson Silva really trying to ease into one right here. Man, can't believe Tyron Woodley is fighting cruiserweight. Can't believe Tyron Woodley is fighting cruiserweight. Oh, wow. He just rocked him right now. He just rocked Woodley right now. He just rocked Woodley right in round number 2. Wow, man. Oh, man. Woodley is effed up right now, guys. Woodley is effed up right now. Wow, man. The referee was not going to allow Woodley to continue on that one, man. Amazing finish by Anderson Silva on that one. Amazing finish by Anderson Silva. 3rd knockout of his boxing career. Congratulations to Anderson Silva on this one, man. Wow. Man, Anderson Silva continues to show why he is a legend, even after all of that. Man, 50-year-old man doing that. You know, there's not a lot at 50 years old, man. Wow. Brilliant, brilliant performance by Anderson Silva. Yeah, man, 50 years of age. That's awesome for Anderson Silva to pull that off, man. A half a century old. You can really put that in perspective. Anderson Silva. All right, man. Let's hear what Anderson Silva's talking about right now. He says at 50 years young. Man, looks really young at 50, bro. Like he could probably fight for a longer time than 50, to be honest. Look at this uppercut, man. Wow, man. This is just amazing performance by Anderson Silva. All right, they're asking Anderson Silva what else right now. Wow, Anderson Silva is going to become a police officer. Anderson Silva said he wants to be a police officer because he wants to give back to the United States. That's amazing, man. I mean, I just hope I don't run across him, you know, on screen because Anderson Silva, the cop. Oh no, man. You know, it's not. It's not ideal. I mean, considering if you're counting to deal with, right? You know, Chris, I know you better. So he's looking to call out Chris Weidman. Yeah, let's go Anderson Silva, man. What an impressive performance by Anderson Silva, though, huh? Yeah, Nikisa saying, can we hear for these two legends, please? Wow, man. Yeah, this was a 3 weeks notice fight. He says, yeah, incredible. So happy for him. Woodley is a chump. Yeah, man. A good call by the ref, too, because Woodley was out of it. Yeah, Woodley, yeah. You know how it is, man. You got to protect fighters from themselves by the end of the day. And they're always going to think in a fight. That's every fighter. Hey, I'm in the fight, man. I'm in the fight. You know how that goes, you know? But yeah. Yeah, I think Anderson Silva will probably be competing until he's 100 years old for sure. Yeah, Woodley saying he's not done. LOL, he's done. Yeah, that's the thing, man. A lot of fighters need protection from themselves. All right. Anderson Silva is getting that good acai. That's what I'm saying, man. He's doing something right in terms of recovery and all that, right? All right, man. I'm gonna go do a live stream on both. All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. All right, man. They got one more fight going. I'm gonna have another live stream going right now on the other side, a vertical live stream while having this one as well. So yeah, having both live streams going on at the same time right now. Yeah, just trying to get as much views as I can. Go, man. All right, Alyssa Baumgartner is right up next right now. O'clock, Antonio Gonzalez said. The is about to start. Yes, so you two. Victory says Anderson is getting that good acai. A beautiful lead uppercut that had a lot of power on it. Yes. He says dual live co-main event is about to start. That's right, man. That's right. I'm going to be honest with you, Marty. I was sort of my stream, so I figured I'd go on this one to kind of compensate, you know. So one of them things. So here we are. All right, here we go. Just a little minor adjustment. He said, good idea, man. Was, you know, if the audio doesn't work too good on you, at least you can always hop on this one and, you know, kind of give you a choice on one or the other. So, but either way, man, I was not about to, you know, look, the other fights are okay. You know what I mean? Like the other fights, like, all right, you know what? If you want that fight to, you know, get ruined or whatever, I mean, it's whatever. But anyways, yeah, my face is gone on the other one right now. That's just audio. This right here is the real live stream right now. So come and tap in. Hopefully, I just don't pick up any of the audio. Are you Netflix right now. Let me know if you're hearing it from prominent or not prominent. Are you hearing it? So he says, yeah, of course. I don't know anything about these female fighters. Limited amount of time that I've heard them. He says I can barely hear it. Okay. But this one you can hear. The vertical screen you can hear clearly, right? It says, yeah, I can barely hear the Netflix. Oh, okay, on the audio. Got it. Okay, got it. Yeah, sometimes look, communication between the chat versus like text or on the phone, can be very different because, when you're on live stream, you're kind of like juggling a couple of different thoughts in your mind at the same time and things, so. Right, so Alicia Baumgartner, Layla Bedouin. Layla Bedouin. So Layla is an Arabic name. Bedouin, obviously, is an Arabic Bedouin lands of the desert. I tell you what, look, I really think that explains I often noticed, the expression when they say, oh, that guy, he's a crazy white. The reason because a lot of white Europeans, a lot of them were explorers. So that's why they do crazy things. That's why it is the white boys that do crazy things when it comes to jumping out of bungee jumping, all these things, right? Oh, that's crazy white boy-ish. But at the same time, you Prince of Dubai, this dude way up to the top of Burj Khalifa and then jump off and oh my God, man, that's some crazy stuff. Yeah, he's good words, but man, Andrew Ward, Andre Ward, I'm calling him Andrew. Andre Ward has been wanting to fight Anthony Joshua for quite some time. He's wanted to fight Anthony Joshua for quite some time. He really wanted to fight him for some time, right? And it seems that Jake Paul sort of stole that opportunity from him. Not necessarily steal, but, he took that opportunity from him. He could have, someone else could have Andre Ward that wanted to have that fight. So, Luna says, are you Muslim? Yes, I am. I am Muslim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah barakatuh to you. Let me know what part of the world you are from. All right, so here's Alyssa Gardner right now walking out with a chain. Wow. Okay. So Frazier's daughter and Ali's daughter actually fought. He says, "I'm pulling for the Canadian." Why? What's are you pulling for her because you know something about them in terms of something that is noticeable that okay, you know what, this person is going to win because of such and such, or you just like that person for whatever reason. Says because she's white. Okay, well, that's quite honest of you right there. Okay, are you trying to replace Fresh right now? Okay, because he's obviously off to Syria right now, right, fighting ISIS. So you decided you're going to take his place as being the residential racist of the chat, right? Is it that was for Fresh? Got it. Okay. He would, you know what? He would pick somebody because they were white, though. Hey, he is very consistent about saying that John because even though John he's black, it doesn't get any more American than John Jones. America, F you guys are not seeing me on the screen figure. What looks like is it a Captain America action figure, right? This is 10. See? 10. Use this pen. I mean, so if I write down on a paper a handle, I'm going to do it with this pen. You know why I use a Captain America? My so you guys know I'm playing the character. My assassinations. You want to know why I use Captain America? Because Captain America, for as old as he is, he's fast, strong, and he's got a lot of stamina. Short, 9 verse 5, kill, tell me. 9 asking me to recite the Quran. Is that what it says? No. Says, tell me, Surah, verse 5, Quran. I don't understand what you are asking or what you are referring to, but okay. Alicia Baumgartner taking on Layla Bedouin right now. He says, I have to do something real quick. I'll try to get back. Okay. We're literally up to the co-main event right now. He says, Store Vice 5, to Google what you need to Google because you're trying to make a point of the show, whatever. Yeah, I'm not do that, my man. I'm sorry. Sorry to tell you that I'm not that. No, we do it. This is not how we do it. He says, blah, 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 Salafist. Is that supposed to be a compliment? For what? Yeah, I don't understand what you're trying to accomplish with that. Okay. Well, let's do that. Okay, just sort of. Quran verse 5 says, instruct the believers to fight the polytheists who break treaties after a sacred month has passed, but to spare those who repent and pray as Allah is forgiving. Okay. So there you have it. I don't understand what your point was of that. He's yes in the sacred. Yeah. I read this same thing that he's that he was instructing me to read. Well, what do you want me to say to that? Right? You must be polytheist if you're from India. Right? Is there a good chance that you are you India? You must let me know. I need to know if you are from India, my friend. I do not know what your purpose is of asking. Rodzilla saying, what's up, bro? Shout out to you, my man. Shout out to you, Rodzilla. Rodzilla 617, man. I believe that is in reference to Dennis Rodman, I believe. Yeah, I believe that is a Dennis Rodman reference, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're trying to accomplish with us. I don't know. Like, you're spamming that for whatever reason, but yeah, good luck to you, man. Good luck English. You know, listen, I know I got international fans around the world, but man, listen. You know, you got to learn a little bit of some English. You know what I mean? Pull up at a French podcast. You better believe I'm going to get my I would get all of that going on. Because of what? Rodzilla says, yeah, favorite athlete. Who you got? Joshua versus Paul. I'm going with Anthony, but my official prediction, that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with a decision. How about that? And, you know, with my phone, is for whatever, almost embarrassing to say, but my phone right now is beating my regular stream right now. It just right now. So there it is. He says the fight's on tonight. It's starting soon, bro. He says, yeah. You is a Takia Salafist. Okay, I am whatever you want to say, bro. I don't know what you want me to Muslims, right? So I don't know. But yeah, good luck to you. He says, guys, Google, we know what Takia is. Yes, it's a form of espionage. So what is your point, right? Spies, like, don't you watch James Bond films? He says, I thought you was gonna have the play-by-play. Oh yeah, I'm having the play-by-play. It's co-main event is starting right now. Layla Bedouin is walking. Mar is walking. He will when they are fighting. Thank you. Yes, sure. 9 towards 5. Yeah. I don't know what you're obsessed with that one verse of the Quran. I mean, did you even read the verses before it? But man, Miller, I'm glad I opened up another. Man, you know, these people are going crazy over here, bro. You know what I mean? Like, wow, yeah, both of them are even in views right now. Yep, come Canada's second active champion. Victory says, I think people get confused when they tune into the other one. You're replaying stuff. Huh? Yeah, because, you know, there is no replay vertical stream, right? You know, ever know. That's exactly what I'm doing. With this one, it's sort of like, you know, here I am in front of you type of thing. But yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean, Marty. Alicia Baumgartner. What did I call her earlier? Baumwarner or something? I don't know. But yeah, that's a very German name. Baumgartner is a very German name. So yeah, she definitely has German heritage from my assumption. So he says, hey, I know what it is. It's a form of espionage. It's something that people around the world have done to further their levels of power. know, I mean, I don't know what you really want me to say to that. Like, do Muslims lie, certain things to try and survive? Of course they do. Yes, Google annoying, and it's going to show some Jeep named Waruma. You probably own a 7-Eleven for sure. Ruma. A 7-Eleven. Your all-time favorite FBI director is Kash Patel. As a matter of fact, you probably have Kash house, you know what I mean? Like in your living room somewhere, you know, there's a picture of Kash Patel right up there with his beady eyes looking up at you like, he says, very disappointed in you, bro. Why? How are you liking this walk? Oh, it's got some little violins. Nah, it's all right. You know, I mean, it's standard boxing walkouts. You know what I mean? That's really what it is. You know, but Rodzilla, tell me why I disappointed you, my man. I'm curious to know what is your reasoning. He says, yeah, true. They're always over the top. With boxing, simplistic in the way that he sort of wanted the walkouts. You know, just simple. You know, we got a music going. We just got a DJ for the whole entire arena and simple mathematics under. But yeah. But yeah, Google annoying. Yeah, Google annoying. I mean, you know, he's a bloody cheat. You know these bloody cheats, yeah? They're bloody cheats, yeah? They're always annoying, and yeah, these bloody cheats, yeah? They're always doing spamming and all that. And some scam and all that. They're always doing all that. For what? He says, all right, man, I'm just gonna let you talk your stuff. So yeah, you think views will beat the absolutely not, bro. Absolutely not. Because here's the thing, right? Yes, Anthony Joshua is a British fighter, but the Americans don't really tap American like that's Marty, like Anthony Joshua, because you're a hardcore fighter. Like that's but the rest of the people. He says, why are you being so racist? Say, because I mean, come on, bro. Look at my live chat right here. You know, this dude is here, this and that, trying to make a point without making a point. For a long time, you've always been nice. Yeah, thank you, my. You know, I don't mean it. Look, man, I'm sorry if I come across that way. He says, don't rise to one troll. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're not wrong, right? I'm not going to badge you and say, oh, you're wrong. How dare you tell me that? No, because I'm not above correction. We'll say, right? But when you go after my people like that, you know, that's just, man, in the streets, bro, listen, you know, people out there there are people in Mexico gangs that fight black gangs and sometimes see things that are a little bit racially derogatory, but really a lot of that comes there rather than actual racism, you know. says, okay, Takia Salah, whatever you say I am. Because I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say I am? Says he was posting a Quran verse. He didn't say a single word in English, but I know exactly what he's trying to say about that. I thought about blocking him, but I thought, you know what? Let's just keep this going. Why not? You know what I mean? Let's just keep this going. I'm sure it's it's not the worst idea in the world to keep it going and cracking with him. You know what I mean? I mean, he is helping with the engagement after all. I can't be too mad at that. But yeah. All right, so here we go. Alicia Baumgartner and the Canadian about to get it on. But yeah, man, shout out to Rodzilla, man. Thank you for being, and is one of the official sponsors for this fight. Very interesting. All right, here we go. Round number 1. And now block me. Salafist Takia, fake Muslim. See, this is what I mean. He says Baumgartner is originally from Ohio. Yeah, you see, this is what I mean, Rodzilla. This is why, I went for him and said what I said. Of him. You know what I mean? Is because of that, but on any regard, Waruma, Batega, Aruba. He says, why are you bringing down your own bro? He's a Hindu. Thanks for hanging out, Waterman. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's a Hindu, bro. This dude is a Hindu. I could tell he's Indian. So, there it is. I'm not gonna say any more other than that. You know what I mean? So, and this tested it. So we're in for like a 12 fight. So, we're gonna be waiting a while before Joshua and Paul walk out. So he says, this man is a warrior. You want him as your neighbor. Thank you, Rodzilla. You guys were here right now hanging together, like on camera and this and that, like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, great, like that with the voice type of thing, So, yeah, man, shout out to all of you, man. But yeah, man, good observation on that, Marty. Yes, she is from Ohio. Once again, Ohio produce athletes out there. If I was your neighbor to train with you, man, yes. And that's another thing too. The training would obviously be available to us, me and you training together. Yes, that would also be another, advantage. With Uriah, when I first moved to Sacramento, right, he had like all rows of houses of like living there till this day, right? Uriah has this like college dorm manager, alumni of that college vibe going on. You know what I mean? Like, those guys that are like alumni of a college, right? And then they run like the dorms. They're like the managers of the dorms. Yet they were also former alumni of college. Saved by the Bell with the college years, right? Mike was this character in the Saved by the Bell college years. He was like, the man's man. He was like everybody's, guy's guy. You know what I mean? Like the former athlete. That's who Uriah. That's who Uriah is. He's that guy, right? He's got this living in it, and of course, some of them, end up moving their own businesses, their own careers, and whatnot. But for the majority of the international fighters and the people, a lot of them are hanging out in in that house. So yeah, Buster Douglas is giving Jake Paul. Man, Buster Douglas is still alive. All right, man, that's awesome. Yeah, 36-year-old Anthony Joshua, to be exact, to kind of give you guys context, of the kind of Anthony Joshua that is, that we're dealing with here. Warum says, well, you're haram. What's haram you're talking about? He says, well, just made a good. Paul couldn't knock out a 60-year-old Joshua. Because that's an exhibition, right? And this is a real fight. And be honest about this, right? Mike Tyson and Jake Paul are mates. You know what I mean? Like they're mates. So I saw Jake pull back on that fight a little bit. I saw him pull back a little bit. Right? I saw Jake fight, and I think the reason he was doing that was because he wanted to hone down on his new skills of footwork, okay, rather than going in there and basically trying to kill Mike Tyson, which isn't what he's trying to do. Yeah, bro, they're mates, bro. They're homeboys. And Anthony Joshua doesn't really have that same Jake Paul. It's not the same type of relationship. You know what I mean? Like they're total strangers to each other. Mike is not, right? Like I've heard Jake call Mike Tyson Uncle Mike times, right? I'm sure you guys have had uncles. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but for me, the most I'll ever do with an uncle of mine is spar them. And if I'm going to spar them, I would happen to be better than them if that was the case, I would pull back a little bit. I wouldn't be out trying to maim them or trying to, take them out or anything like that. I would be very careful about what I'm doing with them out there, not for myself, but for them. Right? That's kind of what Jake Paul, did in a nutshell. So he says, yeah, well, Mike is a legend. Anyone worth a damn should have our respect for the man. For sure, but you could say that about Holyfield as well. But how did that work out with Vitor Belfort? He's like, man, I'm knocking you out in front of Donald Trump, bro. Donald Trump is commentating on my fight. I'm knocking you out right here. And there's not a lot of respect there. And that was an exhibition, right? So I don't even know how Vitor got paid for that one, right? Because there's Michael Irvin right there, man. There's Michael Irvin right there. I don't know, with some white girl. I mean, it's always with white girls. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is that Kreischer? His cock ass little Bert Kreischer right there. He says, I'm not a cow Bronco. I'm an underdog. That's good. NFL Game Day. if I ever met a girl and found out she used to be that type, what type do you yeah, just being all out. Yeah. Yeah, that's you know, it's kind of weird, isn't it, right, about a lot of things. Look, they say it in a very harsh way, which I can see why they get canceled for it, but a lot of things that they say are right. Like a lot of these women that are like in their 20s, what do? They go out and you know, basically do F shit, this, that, and the other, right? You know, meet with athletes, this, that, and the other. And yeah, a throwaway for a lot of these athletes, right? So, you know, once you become a throwaway, you expect yourself to be like an athlete or whatever, even though you were being used and abused in that whole entire dynamic. You think that you're better than the next guy that you get at, and so that is the reason why they end up in, you know, a lot of means. So for all those out there, you know, who are in your early 20s or so, you know, just remember, you know, the best way you know how, because that's the only way a man will respect you. You know, it's righteous or has you know, an understanding of these things. So that's that. And all right, so Baumgartner is landing a whole lot more than Bedouin right now, which is not a surprise. Speaking of which, how about that Travis Hunter? I believe he was Deion Sanders' son. I mean, people warned him about that girl, and look what happened. Oh, I don't know. I don't know that, you know, that small detail. I Oh, there's what's that dude's name? Jack something. Jack Dorothy, the social media influencer. And then there's Dave Portnoy. There's Bert Kreischer, the talentless idiot that no one cares about. For whatever reason, Luke Thomas seems to hate this guy. He says he's like a fat, hairy 9-year-old. Bert is such a tool. You know what, bro? Listen. He says, oh, that one he just had a baby with. Yes. Gotcha. Yeah, Bert is an example of a guy that is popular because he got put on. You know what I mean? He got put on by Joe Rogan. You know, that's really all there is to it. You know, if he didn't have any of the powerful friends that he had going on, he wouldn't be worth anything. Just like Papa Schaub. Yeah, man. No, facts, man. Schaub is definitely in that same category. Yeah, no doubt, bro. I absolutely put Schaub in that category. You got to watch the podcast, Cringe's latest video on Schaub. Which one is that exactly? Yeah, you got to let me know which one that is. Is it the latest episode where they talk about Anthony Joshua? Or, yeah, you got to let me know which one that is. I'll probably go check it out after these fights right here. There's a channel called Podcast. Okay, he just released a video about Schaub's. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so it's a podcast that is not Brendan Schaub. It's obviously commentating on Brendan Schaub. Got it. Okay. Yeah, it explains everything I've been trying to tell you about Schaub and why I don't like him. Yeah, naturally, he's a person that is, just somebody that is naturally unlikable, right? It's just really, the classic predisposition that you can, see out of Schaub. He's just, he's not a very likable person. You know what I mean? Like, he's a spoiled kid. I think he's really selfish, right? I think there's a lot of things to not like about Brendan Schaub. He's a typical infidel. You know what I mean? He's kind of a typical rich kid. Yeah. I think I know what you mean. Yeah. That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
Let me know if you can hear me on this one right here. Just adjusting the volume on this one. Yes, I can hear you. Okay, perfect. All right.
That's good hooks right here. Man, a lot of clinching going on right here, pushing her up against the ropes. What is the reason for so many rounds in boxing? Well, back in the days, they had like 100 rounds, but they were like a minute each. So also, I think that's feasible to do that, considering that in boxing, it's a little bit more of an aerobic sport rather than an anaerobic sport. You know what I mean? So they, you know, with MMA, they got to have like a 25-minute limit because, you know, by the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to. You know what I mean? It's anaerobic, right? So, you know, the aspect of getting tired is going to be a lot more prevalent than, let's say, you know, that of boxing. So yeah, man, the eyes of Bedouin right here is getting messed up, man. Her eyes getting busted up. Good. He says, wouldn't there be more action if they did 5 to 8 minutes? Guys won't have to pace themselves as much. Well, I tell you what, how about this, right? Anthony Joshua, we're going to see a sprint out of him in this fight. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because you are going to see a sprint out of Anthony Joshua out of this one, right? This is not usually the type of fight that he sprints at, right? Not at a 12-round fight, but at an 8-round fight, yeah. He says, because let's be honest, a bunch of boxing matches end up being a clinch test and dudes laying on each other. Sometimes it depends on the fighter and the style that they have going on. With this particular women's fight, there seems to be a lot of that going on as well, but then there's also a lot of range fighting. Like right now, there's another clinch right there, especially when they get into close range. They don't know how to, you know, prevent themselves from clinching in that position, right? Or backing away. They just are natural to, you know, that type of predisposition. So okay, so there it is. Now back into the clinch position again. I see what you mean, man. You know, it looks frustrating. All right, so that's the end of another round right there. Another clinch fest that they had going on there. And yeah, I didn't expect less on this round right here. So yeah, just clinching after clinching after clinching, I suppose. There's Anthony Joshua warming up right there. He says, so would you be a fan of 1 round, no time limit on MMA? 1 round, no time. Yeah, that's called valet judo. They still have fights like that going on in Brazil, or a 10-minute first round like Pride. Yeah, they have very similar, similar fighting organizations like that in Brazil. Look up a Valet Judo Hero, right? That's an organization down in Brazil where they, have bare knuckle fights, basically valet judo fights, right? That still exists in today's environment. So, I know, but I'm asking if you think that's how it should be in the UFC. No. The reason why I say no, Marty, I know that a lot of people have these innovative ideas of what they want to see with rules being implemented in MMA or in particular in the UFC. The reason why I say no is because the UFC is already an established business, and to gear off and steer away from it, I think would harm the product. I think it would harm the product in a way where the familiarity of what they were trying to build and the vision that Dana White has of that familiarity, I think would be destroyed. Believe it or not, listen, familiarity is a very marketable thing. MMA Guru, believe it or not, is very good at that. Familiarity. Look at the fonts that he has on his text, right? On the thumbnails. If you notice, I use the same thing. That's familiarity, right? The black and the white colors, right? That's familiarity to you guys. The consistency of being on at a certain time, right? The simplicity of just having a microphone. And yeah, so yes, she absolutely dropped her right there. I'd advise to hold off a little bit on some, results, because remember, we're dealing with Netflix, right? So our time is going to be different, right? Like, I don't know what it is. Some people's feed is faster than others, and then some is slower than others. But yeah. Yeah, that was a good drop though, man, by Alicia Gardner there. Baumgardner to be exact. What is that symbol right there? The YA symbol. What the? It says yeah, he has to be feeling some pressure, but maybe that's just him making it even better. Yeah. Yeah, he might just come out in straight Terminator mode. You know what? Anthony Joshua is looking to kill Jake Paul. I believe him, right? Conor McGregor says, you know what, man? You know, I seen Anthony Joshua live, yeah? You know, he's a nice man. He's a good man, yeah? But there's a little bit of anger inside Anthony Joshua. You know, I remember him saying that, man. Yeah, that was great, man. That was great promo Conor cut for Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul here. He even gave Jake Paul a lot of respect. He says, man, I give you a lot of respect in the world to get in there and do this. So, yeah. All right, man. So heading into round number 10 of Baumgardner and Bedouin. All right, 1-2 shot right there by Bedouin, just trying to walk her down. And we have Andrew Tate fighting tomorrow. That's always good. He says, what round and time are you at? I am at round number 10, 120, 119, 118, 117. Says I'm at round 10:55 seconds. Oh, wow. Okay, so you're a little ahead. You're a little ahead. Just a little bit. You know, and I am like at my livest portion right now on the screen. So yeah, 2 more rounds. That's right. Yep. 2 more rounds of this, man. It's almost like, hey, listen, we're going to put on a boring women's championship fight. And with that, we're going to make sure that it's so boring that once we get to the main event, you are going to be so stoked and excited for it. And here we are. But by the very least, you guys got to let me go and take a break on getting a coffee right after this fight. Okay, I need to have coffee for this fight, guys. You know, I've been having a very busy week, this and that. I just want nothing better than to have a nice cup of coffee and perhaps seeing Jake Paul make history or get knocked the F out, right? It says Nunes and Harrison is the first female fight I cared about in a while. Facts. He says, how do you like your coffee? Black. No, not all the time. I like creamer. You know, I like creamer. I used to just only drink black. You know what? During Ramadan, I drink only black, right? And it's not because it's haram to drink, cream during Ramadan or haram to drink cream at all, but because I just want to physically test myself, right? So in other words, no pleasure of any kind. Like, in Ramadan, I get really skinny in Ramadan because I consume literally zero sugar. Like that includes processed sugar or not even brown sugar, to be quite honest with you. I consume none of it, right? No sugar or anything like that. He says, I love creamer. I go back and forth between creamer and black with sativa. Yeah, that's what it is, man. That's what it is. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's weird with guys that don't like coffee with creamer. I kind of get it, though. I get it if, let's say, you are like, a real fat ass, right? And you really got to lose, weight or whatever. Like, that's okay. I get that. But if you're a normal shaped guy or you're a decently in shape guy, I don't see what's wrong with having, a good creamer here and there, right? And then also you got to understand, right? Listen, man, I'm a 40-year-old man, right? I could keep up with the YNs in the gym and this, that, and the other, but my body is still 40 years old, which means that I have acid reactions, right? So I got to take Tums when I drink coffee. I'm going to have to probably take a couple of Tums, while drinking coffee because, you don't want your stomach to rumble the wrong way, right? Or have upset stomach or, anything like that. So, but yeah, there's a lot of acid in black coffee, right? A lot of acid that could, hurt your stomach. I mean, not hurt it like permanently, but, temporarily. He says, yeah, Bedwing is showing a lot of heart. Yeah, she is, right? That's only what you can do when you are taking on a highly proficient operator like Alicia Baumgartner, right? That's all that you can really do is just display heart, right? That's what Brian Ortega did against Volkanovski. That's what John Jones did against Alexander Gustafsson, even though we all vehemently know that Alexander Gustafsson had lost that fight, or I'm sorry, had won that fight. It was John Jones that lost that fight. But you know what? It showed us the heart of John Jones. But by the end of the day, he still won. And I think that his heart is, I think, what won it for the judges, in my humble opinion. So, yeah. Yeah, Derek James, the trainer of Alicia Baumgartner and also the trainer of Errol Spence, also trained with Anthony Joshua as well. I wonder what Anthony Joshua did, or what did Derek James do for them to separate. But Anthony Joshua now trains with Alexander Usyk. This is so wonderful. Look, do you know how dangerous? So here's another thing, right? Anthony Joshua is training with a guy that beat him twice, the guy that made him box the best fight that he ever had to box. And now whatever it is that they did in the ring twice in 24 rounds, they're now doing that with each other, okay, in the gym. And not only is Anthony Joshua sparring with Alexander Usyk, he's also doing the conditionings with Alexander Usyk. So now you're learning the conditioning of Alexander Usyk, the Eastern European style of conditioning. Daniel Hamid, you guys remember him, right? I've had conversations with him behind the scenes. I've talked to Daniel Hamid behind the scenes. And, even though we get into online spats and banter and this and that, you know how British guys are. You know, they're always into this, oh, banter, banter. Yeah, you know what? I'll make fun of your mom. I'll make fun of this and that. But by the end of the day, it's banter. It's banter. You know, meanwhile, with American street guys, it's no such thing, right? You know, you call me a bitch ass ninja or whatever, this and that. You know, I'm ready to slide off and ride on you. You know, that's how we get down in America. And they get down like that too. They also have their own gangster culture. But for the most part, the average person is okay with banter in the UK. Oh, I'm going to make fun of your mom. Yeah, I'm going to make fun of your dad. Oh, ha, ha. It's just a joke. It's just banter. You know, but yes, behind all that, you know, we do have serious conversations, me and Daniel Hamid. And one of the things that I told him, because he said that he wants to go box out of the white collar scene and into the amateur scene of Great Britain, because he wants some of his fights to count. When you're doing white collar boxing matches, they don't count, right? So I told Daniel Hamid, I said to him, brother, what you need to do if you want to box in the amateurs, in the ABAs of the UK, by the way, that's their amateur system, right? The ABA, that's where Anthony Joshua and Dylan White first fought, was under the ABA sanctioning body. So I told him, if you're going to compete in the ABA, you need to work on your conditioning, because I notice a lot of British boxers are not really that heavy into their conditioning, at least not the way that Americans are, and not the way that Russian boxers or other Russian athletes are. So for Daniel Hamid needs to learn to box first, LOL. Yes, yes, believe me, we've had that conversation as well. Okay, we've had that conversation as well. So Ezek Delgado says, hey, Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer, bad news. Ozzy Osbourne passed away on July 22nd. Yes, I remember that. Yes. You're very late on the news there, man. Were you, Delgado, answer me this question, right? This is not in any way to be degrading or anything like that. This is honestly a very thoughtful and a serious question, right? Are you a fisherman? Are you in the military? Are you in some sort of job that put you under a rock for a couple of months to where now you are figuring this out? Because look, I'll give you an example, right? Marine Corps boot camp 2004, right? I went in there, didn't hear music. And, you know, at that time, and even till now, you know, I was a big hip hop head, right? So I heard no music or anything like that. One day, while I had to go to the chow hall or whatever, you know, this was one of those weeks during boot camp where we were like on, what do you call this? Like, where we had like mess hall duty, or yeah, you know, just helping out with general labor stuff, or just general, you know, oh, go here, pick this up, or this and that, you know, or clean this, you know, one of those things, right? One of those down weeks we had for Marine Corps boot camp. And I remember hearing a song, right? Not hearing the song for the first time. It was the first time I remember it. Keisha Coles with the song, I Changed My Mind. It was a big song that she did back in 2004, right? And the first time that I heard it was on the radio. I didn't even know who she was, right? I just know that there was a remix on it. It was Shine that was on the remix, the one that P. Diddy got locked up. But anyways, yeah. So didn't hear music for a while, and that was the first music that I heard in like 3 months, and it was like out, and I didn't even know about it, right? What else was out at that time that I didn't know about? New York by Ja Rule? No, that was probably 05. But anyways, Victory says, how do they allow a fight like this with weight and experience differences? Why would the commission allow it? Well, here it is, man. It's Florida, brother. That's what it is. It's Florida. Okay? Any state that is conservative will allow this fight. Texas was going to allow this fight. However, Texas saw Gervonta Davis with the type of rap sheet that he had. They're like, no, we're not going to be in business with this guy. And Netflix didn't want to be in business with Gervonta Davis because the charges, the domestic charges at that point was so heavily pronounced All right, so let's hear what the unanimous decision winner is of this one. Alicia Baumgartner. That's no, yeah. Listen, this is one of those fights where you knew that's what was going to happen. You knew Anderson Silva was going to beat Tyron Woodley, right? That's what I told you guys, right? A lot of these fights are very predictable. Now, let's get to the fight that we think is predictable, but also is very unpredictable, and that is the main event of the evening. So this is going to be a decision according to you. Yes, that's what I'm going with right there. I'm going official decision with Anthony Joshua. Zeke says, hey, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer, I went to the weekend concert, was May 30th this year, my hometown, Chicago, Illinois. Soldier in the okay, so you do serve. Okay, so are you currently active right now? And while you were in the concert, were you on leave, and then you went back, and once you go back to the field, then yeah, you don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? So I think that's what's going on, right? Because yeah, it's very strange. Like, look, when you told me that, when you said, oh yeah, Ozzy passed July 22nd, yo, listen, this really reminds me of a lot of guys that I know that are like right now, if you know a lot of military guys in the field, right, and you also follow MMA, they'll say something to the extent like, oh man, Uncle Liev, beat up, Alex Pereira, right? Uncle Liev beat up Alex Pereira. Well, that was months ago, and now Alex Pereira came back to beat him up, right? It's like one of those things, right? Like they were outside in the civilian world while they were watching Uncle Liev beat the shit out of Alex Pereira, and only to go back out into the field, come back into the real world again to find out that Uncle Liev already got beat while they were out in the field. So yeah, think about that. Something to think about. But very interesting that you shared that with me. So I have enough insights to kind of see that, like, okay, you know what? I kind of understand why this man is telling me this news, because most people that you work with on a normal daily basis, when you guys have that water cooler conversation at the break room at the office, they're not going to tell you about Ozzy Osbourne dying in July 22nd. I mean, not even in the mid 90s or 2000s or mid 2000s, they did anything like that. Once it was old news, it's like, but yeah, very interesting though. Very interesting. So you went to his concert in May, you said, right? Is that right? So you went to his concert in May, from what I understand, and that was in Chicago. Okay, that's awesome, man. Let me see if I could pull up footage of Ozzy Osbourne performing in Chicago, is it? He says, who are these yentas at the desk? So Layla Ali, that's the daughter of Muhammad Ali. Okay, you got to put some respect on her name. Oh, London. Okay. Okay, my hometown is Chicago. Okay, but you saw the concert in London, and you're serving as a soldier. Is that right? Let me know. He says, yes, I didn't know that. Yeah, there you go, man. Put some respect in her name, man. You know what I mean? That's Muhammad Ali's daughter right there, but yeah. Muhammad Ali's daughter. So yeah, that's Layla Ali. I don't know who the other one is. She's just there as we'll pair you up with Layla Ali because you're a DEI hire. But Layla Ali is like nepotism at its best, right? Like I don't think we would put Layla Ali on the desk if she wasn't, the greatest of all times ever daughter, right? Like, I don't think we would really care. You know what I mean? She would just be like any other. Yeah, he's like, yeah, that was for you, Fresh. Yeah, oh man, Liz. Oh man. you know, I had a Libyan buddy of mine, right? You know, he watches my channel too. You know, he doesn't comment or anything like that, right? I told him, yeah, listen, man, come in on the comments sometime, right? You know, there's a lot of people out there that watch my stuff, but, you know, don't comment. So this is what he said to me, you know, behind closed doors, right? He's a Sacramento guy, right? This is what he said to me in person. He says, dude, I noticed you're gaining a lot of, you know, right-wing conservative fans. And I said, why is that? I explained to him, you really want to know why I'm gaining this kind of fan base? Let me explain something to you. What is going on in the Middle East right now? He says, okay, what about? Well, that's a strong indication of why people are coming around my side of things, right? Because, you know, there's a common enemy. You know what I mean? There's a common enemy there. I can't put my finger to it. Na 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 na. Who's ready for their bar mitzvah? Okay, yeah. There's a demand for people to speak up against those people, the small hats. There it is. So that's what I explained to him. I said, listen, bro, you understand. And here's another thing too. You know what Nick Fuentes said about the German painter, right? You know what he said about the German painter? You remember that, right? He was speaking about the German painter or the Austrian painter, whatever he was, that some say he was German, some say he was Austrian, some even say he was Jewish, okay? He says, hey, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer, your favorite The Weeknd songs. Hey, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer, your favorite The Weeknd songs. Which Weeknd songs are you talking about, or is that the name of the title that you are talking about? But yeah, man, a lot of people are really angry at those, at the boys. Byron always plays these, you know, little sounds, you know, every time he talks about them boys, you know what I mean? It's so hilarious. But here's the thing, right? That's the reason why you see a lot of unusual type of alliances. That's really what it is. Oh, what is this? Patty Pimlet in Battlefield? Wow, man, they got Patty Pimlet in Battlefield as a character. Battlefield 6. Wow, Patty Pimlet in Battlefield 6. Yeah, man. You know, looks like they really set Patty up for that one. Wow, they really set up Patty for that one. All right, guys, listen. Be right back with some coffee, okay? Okay, he said less than 0 from the Weekend Back song in March 2022. Okay. Okay. All right, yeah, that makes sense. He says this is crazy. Yeah. It is. This is crazy. Excuse me. Ooh, that coffee's too good, bro. Joshua won the gold medal at 22. 2012. Yeah. He won that. Oh. They said they shouldn't even be in the same atmosphere. Bro, listen, man, it's so undeniable. He was 22 years old. Yep. Oh, okay. 22 years old. Yes. Yeah, there's Layla Ali right there with Andre Ward. So Andre Ward wants the winner, huh? Wow, man. Andre Ward wants the winner. He had a chance to fight Anthony Joshua. He'd been calling out Anthony Joshua. Yeah, Jake started his career in 2020. He did. But what does that tell you? That tells you, dude, never underestimate the ability of a wrestler. He says, hey, Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer, Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua main event right now. Yup, that's right. That's right, Delgado. What does that tell you? That tells you, dude, never underestimate the ability of a wrestler. He says, hey, Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer, Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua main event right now. Yup, that's right. That's right, Delgado. He says, Ghostbuster, if Jake wins, something is shady. Nah, not necessarily, man. You know what I mean? Oh, my God, man. This coffee's making me... Be right back. All right. I got to tell you guys, it is such an advantage. Well, let me just say that if you're an MMA streamer, you better have a restroom near your studio. If you're a streamer, period. I don't know how dudes stream. Well, okay, stream MMA in particular, right? Like MMA Guru does all these long hour streams and never goes to the bathroom, right? Like I do streams that are as equally long, but there's a rhyme and reason, you know, as to how I extend it. You know what I mean? Like with him, he just sits there like, I don't know, dude. Have you ever been on a long flight with people who literally sat in their seat the whole entire flight, never went to the bathroom, never got up? Like, I don't know how I could be any of those people, to be quite honest with you. You know, as to how I extend it. You know what I mean? Like, with him, he just sits there like, I don't know, dude. Have you ever been on a long flight with people who literally sat in their seat the whole entire flight, never went to the bathroom, never got... But yeah, man, we're just awaiting the main event. He says, okay, let's hear. So Jake started his at 2020. I agree with Lennox Lewis. Victory says, Jake ain't ready for the heavyweight power. Okay. It's going to be insane if he even lasts the whole fight. Ghostbusters. Victory says, what if they botch a fix? Like a missed punch, knockout, or something. No, bro. Listen. Kash Patel, all right, will be all over it. I'm surprised Kash Patel did not fly over to Miami with his girlfriend in front row to be sitting and watching the fight like this. You know Kash Patel with his like, super wide eyes. Like he has one of those eyes that like looks hyper focused. Like, you know what I mean? There better not be any fixing here. Like that. Like, I'm surprised he's not doing that. Bro, look, you can't fix fights in 2025. I think if ever to fix fights, it would not be in 2025 because Kash Patel, guess what, is a fight bro like the rest of us. He just happens to be the director of the FBI. Now, if I was the director of the FBI, would I do the same thing? I couldn't answer that question for you because I would have never really had any ambitions on being law enforcement. I know there's a lot of military guys out there that are like really big into trying, they're really big into getting into law enforcement or getting into DEA or getting into sheriffs, law enforcement field. This is like the natural thing that a lot of military guys do, right? It wasn't my thing. It's just like, man, you lived your whole entire teenage years, the last of your teenage years to be given orders. And now you're just going to be given orders for the rest of your adult life. And then giving normal civilians orders, with the potential of them harming you. It's just, yeah, I don't know, man. But that's why, man, law enforcement is not an easy job. What they do is not easy. So, credit to them, because not all cops are bad. You know what I mean? That's really what it is. Not all cops are bad people. But yeah. Says I'm seeing hey Kyrie, DJ music. What do you mean DJ music? You want me to? Okay, you know what? I'll do music that is not copyrighted. So we'll go with this. A little bit of a nice summer vibe. You know what I mean? This is like that summer vibe in the beaches of San Diego. Come on, a little louder of applause for Jake Paul. Let's hear it for Jake Paul one more time. All right, back to the music. The pre-fight music. He said boo. All right, you know what? Andrew Tate is also fighting tomorrow, so man, not a bad week, huh? Not a bad week for fights. Not a bad week for fights where we don't have UFC. You know what I mean? Fight music like this, at least like in his fights where there was like all these events, he would like put it on YouTube. He says, I always like Ronaldo, some find him annoying. Yeah, man, he's a very knowledgeable combat sports journalist, right? Obviously, he does it all. Oh, there's Dave Portnoy. Boo! Boo! Fuck Dave Portnoy. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry that slipped. Somebody's gonna clip that one day and be like, oh, the guy says he never curses, and it hears, you know, him saying the F word. I caught you cursing. You're not a real Muslim. Oh, man. Yo, listen, when I first moved to Stockton, right, I had a few homies that would watch me fast for Ramadan, right? They would watch me fast for Ramadan. I swear to you, there was a few times where I thought about quitting. I'm like, man, listen, I don't know if I'm gonna... They're like, listen, if you don't fast, homie, we gonna have you DP'd by the Muslim police. That's what they would say to me. And for those that know what a DP is, you know what a DP is. If you know, you know. If you don't, that's not for you to know. But yeah, he says, whatever, man, you're real. Yeah, you're right. That's what it is, right? Just being real. Yeah, you know, obviously it's not a norm that I curse. In fact, I don't think I even really curse at all. Other than what you just heard me say, and now I can't edit that because this is a live stream, and you know, anyone around the world can literally just clip what I'm saying right now. Okay, you know what? Let's go clip what he's saying right now. Let's go set up this Muslim kid, right? Let's set him up, you know, and make sure he goes to Guantanamo Bay. Is Guantanamo Bay even still active right now? Probably not. Probably not. It's probably out of commission right now. It's probably now overran by the Cubans. You know? Wow, and still more commercials for Jake and Anthony Joshua. Still more commercials for Anthony and Jake. I'm going to tell you why I like that Cameron was the host, right? This is what I've been wanting to tell you guys before the feed was cutting off in the original stream, right? This is what I wanted to tell you about the Cameron interview. I liked it, and I liked that it was Cameron for this reason alone, right? The reason why I liked it because it was Cameron is because Cameron used to have a fighting league, I believe, right? Let's see here, Cameron. right? They had an MMA fight back in the days. They used to host an MMA fight. It was on BET. Let's see if they have they had a fight club, but it was MMA, right? This was like even way before the 2005. So we're talking about like pre Forrest Griffin and Stephen Bonner. Kyrie of El-Kheer, bad news. Selena's dad passed away last Saturday night. Dang, bro. Dang. What is this, man? This is like such lost footage, man. This was fought at a boxing ring too. MMA at a boxing ring. It says, yeah, R.I.P. Abraham, Selena's dad. Yeah. Fights on BET back in the days. I don't know why they don't have this on. Looks like they scrubbed it out of the internet. Oh, weird. Anyways, yeah, there's Bert Kreischer again showing his fat ass that we don't need to be seeing. Juan Soto has no idea who that is. All right, so we got the national anthems playing for the two countries right now. Sky Bishop, huh? Who's this? Is it America first or Britain first? All right, so we got the national anthems playing for the two countries right now. Okay, so it's God Save the King. So it is going to be the British, national anthem first. Is it America first or Britain first? To all my British. Okay, so it's God Save the King. So shout outs to Zane. Shout out to all my homies in the UK. You're kind of nervous for who, though? For your Ohio guy or Anthony Joshua, a guy that has given us a lot of great fights and a lot of great nights? Who are you nervous for? Hey, Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer UK song. Yes. And now for our national anthem. Anthony Joshua, a guy that has given us a lot of great fights and a lot of great nights. Just to see what's going to happen. Okay. Oh, yeah. So it's not the person, it's not necessarily the person or who you're going for that's getting you nervous. It's more about the, you know, overall outcome. Just to see what's going to happen. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. So it's not the person. It's not necessarily the person or who you're going for that's getting you nervous. It's more about when they say that the pen is mightier than the sword. Okay. This right here is my death wish hit list signature right here. I want this guy whacked. Boom. When they say that the pen is mightier than the sword. Okay. This right here is my death wish hit list signature right here. I want this guy whacked. Boom. This right here is my death wish hit list signature right here. I want this guy whacked. That's right. USA. USA. Yeah, man. Judo. Shout out to you, Judo. Hi. Shout out to you, my man. Victory says, what was that emblem on Joshua's necklace he wore all week? Just saw someone else in the crowd. I'll have it. Was it a Dipset chain maybe from Cameron? I don't know. Pepper. Okay. Yeah, you got what was that emblem on Joshua's neck? USA versus UK, Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua. Yes, thank you, Delgado, for stating the obvious. Captain Obvious. Yes, they are going to fight in the ring. Yes, they are fighting in boxing. Yes, they are going to throw punches at each other. Yes, thank you, Captain Obvious. Yes, thank you, Delgado, for stating the obvious. Captain Obvious. Yes, they are going to fight in the ring. Yes, they are fighting in boxing. Yes, they are going to throw punches. All right, man. 6'1", 216, 76-inch reach. Anthony Joshua, 6'6", 243, 36 years old. How old is Jake now? 29, right? What is the age of Jake Paul right now? Okay, here's Anthony Joshua walking out first. Anthony Joshua looks nervous, right? Says 29. Okay. Oh, wow. There's all the highlights of Anthony Joshua banging up people right now. Ooh, there's Povetkin. Ooh, there's the famous Klitschko uppercut. A lot of pressure on him. Dude, look at his face, dude. 28, you say, Aki Jodo? Who's right between you two? Maybe Jake just turned 29, perhaps. Maybe that's the case. He says he's going to break his soul, mate. He's going to break your soul, mate. He says no one wants the meme of freaking Jake Paul knocking you out. No, man. You don't want that. Look at Anthony Joshua. No, I noticed no white robe. He's usually in a white robe. Oh, he is 28. Okay, so all right. I'll take your I'll take that over 29 then. Yeah. Yeah, notice Anthony Joshua is not in his usual white robe. Notice that? He's usually in his white robe. If you've watched enough Anthony Joshua fights, it's usually in a white robe, right? Very similar to Ali. This one, he's got like some kind of greenish color. He says, is Conor McGregor there? No, he is not. It's probably better for McGregor to stay away from Miami right now, right? You know what I mean? Like, if he's going to train for the White House card, you need to keep Conor away from LA, away from Miami. You need to keep him away from New York. Heck, you even need to keep him away from Dublin. You know what I mean? And have him train like either in Abu Dhabi or Russia. I think LA is good for Conor McGregor. You know what, man? Conor McGregor, one of his most epic workout scenes is in California. You guys know what I'm talking about? The Conor McGregor workout sessions where he's in Venice Beach. He says, how many punches you think Jake throws in one round? In this one, I think that he's going to, have less volume. All right, so now we got Jake Paul with his TV promo right now. How many punches in round one? I'm going to go with not a lot. I think he's going to look for the heavy shots. What he really needs to do is be a volume puncher, right? But yeah, he says, we'll start if Conor goes to LA. We'll start if Conor goes to LA. What do you mean? We'll start what? Doing coke again if he's in LA? No, I think LA was a great training camp for Conor McGregor. He would go to every random gym, like just any random gym, and just get a spar with different dudes. You know how dangerous that is to do? You know, considering the weight class discrepancy that you may have to deal with. Also, the fact that people actually do want to get at you. But I think it made him sharper. You know, he's had a few good scraps down in some LA gyms from what I heard. Gambling, you mean? Okay, so let's gambling, I mean. Okay. We'll start if Conor goes to LA. What do you mean? Like he'll start gambling? If you guys have enough space to write a longer sentences for me to kind of understand. This is the reason why when I talk or when I express things, it's very elaborative, right? And very long, because I don't want you to miss any details. I want you to reciprocate the same type of communication with me so we can have, a much more coherent conversation. He says these walkouts are GAY. They're UFC style walkouts. Would you agree with that, Marty? You as, a very observant, follower of the UFC, would you say that this is very UFC-like? Says Victor, he says, well, it's hard to write a lot sometimes because I'm often doing things while I'm watching. No, not you, bro. I'm talking about Aki Jodo. Like, I understand everything that you're saying. It's very coherent. You're doing enough, right? So even if you're doing, very little to write, or you're doing a lot of writing, you are communicating enough. I was talking about Aki Judo in the live chat. He's just saying these things like, gambling. I mean, I'm just saying that he needs to be a little more elaborative. He says, hey, Kyrie El-Kheer, Anthony Joshua to beat Jake Paul. Yes, I go with that. Yes. Yeah. So not you, Marty. You're good. Whether you're expressing it, in a small emoji with gang signs, you know what I mean? Or you're, saying yes or no answers. You're using the right context of frame to communicate with me. And I was just asking Aki Jodo to do the same so that I could have a more coherent conversation with him. You know, so yeah, man. This is why. Look, when people say, why do you talk like that, right? And then you have all these friends that are like hoodlums or, you know, gang members or this and that. How is this possible, right? Well, here it is, right? I grew up in different parts of the world, right? Growing rough and growing tough and growing rough and tough is a universal language. Everyone understands that. But I had to talk like the way that I did so that people can understand what I'm saying, right? Dealing with multiple cultures, dealing with multiple languages, dealing with multiple internationalities. All of these things, right? You have to have the right communication pattern to be understood at a higher rate than those that either are limited in their language expression or have none at all. But that's also speaking from, quite honestly, a privileged position, because, you know, these types of communications were often done in English-speaking countries or countries that have a good following of English, let's say, right? The Arab world, believe it or not, is not one of them. Like, you can't just go to any parts of the Arab world and expect people to speak English. The world in Germany and other parts of Western Europe, they're not English-centric. In France, very anti-English. But if you go to the Philippines, you go to India, you go to some parts of Asia, mostly the Philippines, they are very coherent in their English. In fact, Israel Adesanya official. This is not the official Israel Adesanya, is it? No, it's not. You have like no subscribers. You can't be the real Adesanya. But either way, I appreciate you being here. Thumbs up to you as well, my man. But yeah, if you grew up around different parts of the world, you had to be understood. You know what I mean? And I know that a lot of you in here are also foreigners that come in here and talk because, you know, I mean, in reality, you know, I'm a foreign guy who happens to also be American. You know what I mean? So, but, you know, it is an English-speaking podcast by the end of the day, and that's just how we're all right. Fight hard, fight clean, touch them up. Let's. Wow. Okay, here we go, guys. Round number 1 is about to commence. You heard? Round number 1 is about to commence, and I couldn't be happier, you know, enjoying this with all of you right now. So, thank you to everyone. He says, yeah, no touch of the gloves, huh? Like, yeah, there's going to be none. All right, round 1. There's Jake Paul. What did I tell you? He's going to run around circle. Did I not say that this is exactly what he was going to do? Look at what he's doing, right? Really using the length. Remember, this is a 22 by 22 ring. Much bigger, right? I remember when I was a kid, I remember my classmates said that he hated watching WCW. And I said, why? Why do you hate watching WCW? He says, bro, they have a small ring. Whereas with the WWE, you know, they had the big ring. I had noticed that a lot of reviews, you know, were a little ahead of me. Okay. So what you got to do is, you know, remember, you are a couple of seconds ahead of me. So right now I am at 157, 156, 155. Yeah. So just wait around that time. Oh, it didn't say who. Yes. I saw that though. I saw that. See, there's another hook attempt by Anthony Joshua. He misses 140, 139, 137, 136. Wow, look at this. Jake Paul trying to go for a double leg here. Listen, guys, I'm going to tell you, Jake Paul is looking really good right now. But you know what? A lot of people look really good early on, right? Just like Amir Khan. When he fought Canelo, he looked pretty good early on. He looked very good early on. And then we saw what happened at the demise of Amir Khan. Wow, so Jake is the one who landed. Wow. He's making Anthony Joshua think. I imagine that. Like, Anthony Joshua is just swinging for the fences right now, and it's not doing him any good. Oh, what is that? Oh! Oh! Yeah, Jake Paul is taking a risk here, like putting his hand. He says, see, I feel like he's just being patient and wearing him out. Jake can't keep that movement up. I think he can. Movement. He says he'll be dead by the third. We'll see. I think he can keep up this type of pace, my man. Look, there's a lot of things that go into conditioning, right? I really think that Jake has been doing his conditioning. You're right. We'll see. We'll see. But remember, I told you Amir Khan looked like this very early on against Canelo Alvarez. And then we saw what happened to the demise of Amir Khan after Terrence Crawford laid him out the way that he did. All right, man. Here's round number 2. Wow, man. It is so strange seeing Anthony Joshua with non-British and non-American cornermen, right? He's got nothing but Ukrainians on his team, which, by the way, you would think is probably going to make him a lot more deadlier. St. Paul was going to do. Did I not say this on the preview? Pound dude trying to kill you increases the heart rate. You're right. You're right. But it's different when the ring is bigger. Because remember, this is all strategic. This was all by Jake Paul's size of this ring. The way that he's using the size of this ring, right? It was all deliberate. And as a result of that, this is the reason why we are seeing the type of fight that we are seeing right now. And just as I predicted, circle around towards Anthony Joshua. And then I said maybe a few times he'll run like Alistair Overeem, but we have yet to see that. an Alistair Overeem type of run that Alistair Overeem did against Stipe Miocic, if you guys remember. So it's safe to say, just by watching this fight right now, I would have given the Jake Paul fight to Jake Paul versus Gervonta Davis. Now look at Anthony Joshua. He's not connecting at anything towards Jake Paul. Jake Paul is looking like Floyd Mayweather right now. Do you know what Jake is making this look? Mayweather versus Shane Mosley. Okay, he's doing a very good job of circling around. He even had a few points. That's the point. And look at this great clinching on the part of Bird. You've been training wrestling lately. Guess what? I wrestled since I was in high school, in middle school, actually. You know, I'm an Ohio State wrestler. Well, not Ohio State, the college, but listen, I should have bet on this fight, bro. You know what I mean? Look at this, walking him down, you know, with the clinch right there. Okay, a little less clinching in comparison to the women's fight earlier. Fans are frustrated because this is how you have to fight that fight. Stand there and let Anthony Joshua hit you. Remember, Usyk already wrote the blueprint on how to fight Anthony Joshua. And Anthony Joshua, who went to the team that figured out the blueprint against him, right now is not helping him. I'm giving this 2-0 Jake Paul right now. This is 2-0 Jake Paul. To the corner of Paul. I told you guys, he's got to. He trains with Jalen Love. Ooh, look at the way that he made. What are people talking about? They already in the buy side of Anthony Joshua. I don't understand. Like, yo, I think Jake Paul is winning this fight. I don't know about guys, right? Like, tell me, am I blind? Please tell me right now, right? Give me Joshua is winning this fight right now. Give me a freaking reason why it is Paul winning this fight right now in the third round and in right there. Jake is a super close. Hey, I'm sorry, cats, no pets allowed. Okay, very weird and, you know, random comment you have. But okay, Delgado. Oh, wow. Nice right uppercut by Jake Paul right there. Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, Anthony Joshua is getting frustrated right there. There it is, man. Mark. Oh, what is that? What is Morrow talking to him about? No football game. This is the Super Bowl of he'll say, talking about the titles, WBC from the WBC, and then yeah, none of that. Right Ain't no need for no titles. This right here is a Super Bowl of boxing. Two big names of boxing going at it, really risking it all. Let's be honest. You risk every fight that you have. But this right here is a risk for both of them. And you're seeing why, perspective of Jake Paul is going in here. We thought that he was going to be in here with a dangerous animal. Anthony Joshua is still a dangerous animal. But at the same time, it is Jake that is actually winning this fight. I think there is no argument. So I don't think so. I think that he can maintain this kind of movement. Okay, you're right. Oh, okay, hold on. I see what you're saying. I think what he's doing is shedding off in the last to rest, I think. Johnny says he's going to get tired. I disagree with you. I don't think that he's going to get tired. His slut-ass wife right there. Yep, Monday Night Raw right there on Netflix. Good little what do you call it? Dude, I don't think so. It's a little too premature. You know what? Wait till the 5th round to determine that. Let's wait till the 5th round to determine. All right, so the corner is telling him, turn. Ooh, that's a good jab. Just stepped right in there like that. Like that. You know, and just went into Joshua's face like. AJ gets frustrated because as soon as AJ trying to come in, shooting in or wrestling, he says he's definitely getting tired. Circling. Oh, there's a stiff jab right there by Joshua that David Hay was talking about right there. Jake shooting in for a take. Look at this. He is shooting in for a takedown. He's sort of showing that he's scared. Look at this. So total for Jake Paul Joshua right now. 27-30 on side of Anthony Joshua. Oh, look at this, man. Good. Pizza Head says Jake is losing tonight. I don't know about that, man. Oh, wow, look at this. As he's taking him as like, listen, you're my son, bro. Like trying to big brother. Like Greg is he fading right now? Jake is getting tonight, Johnny says. Man, let's see if what you are saying is correct later on. Yeah, well, back to the clinching again. Is that Jarrell Miller could have done to Anthony Joshua was the clinching. And here's Jake Paul with, you know, a decent amount of wrestling experience growing up on Anthony Joshua right now. Pizza Head says this is Jake's first real fight. That's a slip. That's a slip. Fury was sort of a fight. But you know what? Jake, he is such a unique boxer that he can literally go with anybody, right? Like, he obviously didn't look like this in a Tommy Fury fight. Tommy Fury had the best. Ooh! Joshua saw him get hurt by that. Was Jake really hurt by that? Or maybe he walked through it. To see how he would take these punches. Oh, there's another slip right there. They're calling for a point deduction there. He says almost celebrate Christmas, but thank you. Appreciate the positive. Yeah, they can't afford to get in the nuts. Okay. I think that's what happened here. Okay, so they're going to give him 5 minutes. So guess what? You know what he's going to do? He's going to use this as an opportunity to rest. He says, no, he faked it. Wait till you see the replay. Oh, it's a knee. It's a knee. He literally like Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, the white boy on that one. He says, this is so stupid. He keeps going for double legs. Well, listen, he grew up in the same section as you. You know what I'm saying? That's all y'all know over there is double legs. Wow, man. Yeah, the referee is clearly biased towards Jake. Wow, man. The referee is so biased. Yeah, dude, he keeps shooting takedowns. Bro, Jake is drunk. Oh, man. Listen, Jake, you got to continue the circling around, man. You know, you got to, there it is, man. Wow. Very compelling matchup. So, did I not tell you guys that this was going to a decision? We're going into the 5th round. Next thing you know, it's the 6th round. Next thing you know, it's going to be the 7th round. And in the 8th round, and everything that I said is going to come to fruition because I was right. He says it's over already. AJ will win. The corner of Jake Paul is telling him the time, and he says that fight with Mike Tyson was fake. Okay. It's an exhibition. He says, look at Jake out there. He can't even stand and fight. It looks like he's doing it right now here in the 5th round. 255, 254, 252 in the 5th round. Referee breaks up the clinch, losing this round badly. They never show they never show the end corner. Are you talking about the Joshua corner? Yeah. I'm curious to hear what they're talking about. Maybe they don't have Ukrainian he took it. Okay. That's a slip. Okay, the referee is going to rule that a slip. Oh, wow, man. Here's Anthony Joshua circling right around him. Looks like Anthony Joshua did a little bit of a Muay Thai knee right there. Look at this, man. It looks like Jake Paul's trying to fight, with his shield, man. Dude, now we found out a lot about Jake Paul, guys. We found out that he could take a shot, right, in ways that Ngannou can't. I'm not going to look at the comment section right now because if you guys are ahead of me, I'm not going to look at it until... Oh, stinky leg! Stinky leg! He got stinky leg. Oh! He continues to... Oh, knockdown. It's finally a knockdown in the 5th round. Oh, my goodness, man. Oh, my goodness. Jake, come on, Jake. Yeah, this is where I now start to agree with you guys. He's starting to look drunk right now. He's starting to look drunk right now. All right, 105, 104, 103, 102, 101, 59. Jake, once again, with a single leg. Wow, 45 seconds left, man. That is crazy. He's F'd the next round. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, man, the 6th round. Yeah, he's dying and scared. Yeah, man. Now, oh, wow, this is where the boxing pedigree of Anthony Joshua's come in. And I told you guys, Amir Khan and Canelo Alvarez. Amir Khan was out boxing Canelo Alvarez. In fact, he was even circling him around the same way that Jake is doing right now. And then next thing you know, the boxing professional prowess of Canelo Alvarez came to light. So for those of you that are wondering why Anthony Joshua was giving this guy so much respect, this is why. He says, I think Jake Paul's legs are cramping right now. You think, huh? You think that's what's going on? His legs are cramping? Yeah. I would have to agree with you on that, Johnny Gap. Yeah, shout out to Johnny Gap, man. Thank you for the comments here. I agree. I agree. I think, yeah, making him fall down, yeah. Man, he really has to get with it in the 6th round. He says Jake is not a real fighter. On the contrary, I think that he is proven to be a real fighter here. Now, look, is it good that he's over here shooting single and double legs in a boxing match, knowing that he's got, you know, wow, man, he hit him with an overhand right there. So he could knock down Anthony Joshua as well. He's a dangerous puncher. He says he's not going to let himself get knocked out. He's quitting. Okay, let's see. So 6th round right now. Round number 6. 245, 243, 242. Oh, wow, he's off balance right now. Look at this. Down Paul goes again, and I think that, wow, a 3rd knockdown already. Wow, Paul wants to continue. Yeah, he's showing his toughness right now. He says something is wrong with Jake. There's something very much wrong with Jake. And he's now just walked into that punch right now. Oh, now Anthony Joshua is going Vladimir Klitschko 2017 on him. In that, what Anthony Joshua did to Vladimir Klitschko. Hey, Kyrie, Jake Paul is acting like a kid. Down goes Jake Paul. Is Jake Paul going to get up? Oh, man, that is it, man. Jake Paul has had it, man, in the 6th round. Wow. In the 6th round. Knockout. Wow. Wow. That is, wow, man. There it is, man. That's what it's all about. By the end of the day, his brother and his family are there, you know, to console him. His team is right there with him. And he won in life. You know, he went in there and tried to fight Anthony Joshua to the best of his ability, and he was right. He said that he was here not to he was here not to be a fan, but to compete, and compete he did. For those of you that are in the first stream, I'm going to end that stream right now and continue on over to my vertical stream that I'm doing right here, okay? The one where you see my face. The one that you don't see my face, where you just see the background of Miami in a boxing ring. I'm signing off on that one. So I will see you guys in the next one.
Simpletons that see your sense of reasonability as a sign of wokeness. This is an intellectual sloth way of living. Blessing to you, my British man, Sacramento, CA. Can I say, Kyrie is a fantastic MMA career, and I'm not just glazing him, because he has obviously illuminated the fact that I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. But Kyrie does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good creator. He has a beard that anyone would be jealous over, especially me, as somebody who cannot grow one. shout out to Kyrie, really good creator. Give the guy a sub. He definitely deserves it. Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankie, I still have some friends in London.